Okay, we're live. Hopefully my audio is good. I didn't check it. And man, lots of things to think about this morning. As always, there's usually lots to think about. I have to find a cross this morning for a baptism that I, in classic Luke fashion, am not prepared for a variety of reasons, because I'm disorganized, and also because my life is busy, and because if I ever buy anything, I want it to be perfect, especially if I'm buying something new. It has to be perfect. And to be perfect, it has to be perfect. It has to have all the things. It has to be ethical. It has to be high quality. It has to be true, good, and beautiful. And because I don't like to participate in consumerism. And it's really hard to find things that are true, good, and beautiful to buy. It's very difficult. And I've had limited time, and so searching for such things is complicated and always a challenge. And so I got to figure that out today. And a number of kid things going on today. But today's a good day. I had a really positive interaction with a stranger, and we got into a really great religious and spiritual conversation. And I want to touch on this because this is one of those things about evangelism or sharing your faith or testimony. I really like the phrase from this author and Christian thinker, David Dark, who's someone I'd love to talk to actually someday, but I haven't engaged in his stuff in a long time. He's one of those people that I bought all of his books, but I haven't read any of them. What are some of the names of his books? I could go get, no. They moved to a different bookshelf. My wife rearranged all my books because we're trying to organize our basement and fix our basement. But also all my books moved to a different bookshelf. God, I love books. And even though I don't read a lot of them, I just like having books. But I do like to read some of them and parts of them. By the way, I've said this before. I'll circle back to the book, David Dark. But an aside, I'm constantly thinking of asides, is there was a guy, what was his name? He's, I think he's Indian entrepreneur. I should just find it on the Joe Rogan Experience. What's up, Ups? What would it be his name? Entrepreneur. Can I spell entrepreneur? He's like a tech mogul, Indian. I think he's Indian. I think that's right. Man, I got it. Naval Ravikant? Is that his guy's name? I should look at it. Let me look. Let's see if this is right. We match you with a dog who's looking for love. No bones about. And about. I do not have YouTube Premium, which is terrible because listening to ads is horrible. But I just ignore them and move on. What up, yo? Tayo. I think this is the guy's name. I want to look at his face so I can know. But I think it's Naval Isaac. What up? Naval Ravikant? Yeah, this looks right. He looks right. But he has a section here. I'm almost certain that's right. This guy. You see him? There he is. See the guy? I'll put his name in here. I'm sure this is what episode is it? But he that was a big waste of time. Sorry. See, this is why TLC is too steep slope. Maybe. What was that guy? Anyhow, this guy, I'm pretty sure in here. No, sorry. What's good? What's up, Kaido? I don't think this is the guy's name. I think it's this. I'll put it in here. Ravikant. I can't even spell. And he spoke. But the reason I like this is he spoke about books. I don't know, it's apparently not letting it post to my thing, but it is. Okay, this guy, episode 1309. But he's talked about books this way, and this is very in line with a book that I read, not all of, mind you, but How to Read a Book by this American classical educator, which I'm blanking on his name right now. He's a famous classical educator, Mortimer Adler. And he wrote this book called How to Read a Book. And in it, I'm almost certain, I need to revisit it because I talk about this book occasionally, but I think there are 4 levels of book reading. And he said a lot of people, even people who in modern education who go into even graduate school, sometimes never get beyond the 2nd level. And but essentially it's really tied to classical thinking because there's grammar, logic, rhetoric, and you could apply almost a classical model to any. It's universal, really, when it comes to learning, at least in, well, is it universal? I don't know. At least in the Western civilization. And essentially it's that you, like, basic reading is just learning how to sound out words, and so, like, anyone who's literate, like, what does literacy mean, right? And we talk about biblical literacy or whatever, is that there's a lot of people who can sound out letters and read words, and then part of that is greater vocabulary, and then part of that is a number of different things. Because, like, even if you think about novels, like, there's a children's book. Anyone can read a children's book. You know, it's basic. If you're literate, you can read a children's book. That's kind of level 1. And then there's, I can't remember all the levels exactly, but then there's like another level up where you're interacting with the text more and asking questions. And then there's another level up. And then there's the highest level up where you are engaging with the text almost. And this gets into my conversations about Gutenberg 2.0 and long-form conversations and literacy and what does it mean to be literate and the literal and literal knowing things literarily, Michael Sartori, is that if you engage at the highest level of reading would then be personal. And so it would almost be as if you're engaging the author and the quality of the book at a level which in a way probably transcends the typical limitations of the medium, because the medium and the message, all the McLuhan stuff. And as McLuhan says, which is a great quote, which you could just meditate on for the rest of your life, and if you understood this, you would almost understand everything, is that in Christ, the medium and the message are one. And so when you get to that highest level of reading, I would argue, probably, this is all me now, I don't even know if this is congruent with the book, but when you're doing something in a personalist way, the medium doesn't matter, because the personal is iconically seen regardless of the medium. And you can read books that way, and I think it's possible. And you're engaging in the book in a relational way, and then the book becomes you. You become the book. You become one. And when you read a book that way, you're not consuming the book. You don't necessarily need to quantitatively read the entire book. And this guy in this thing speaks about this really well in this JRE program, I think. Yes, Marshall McLuhan was a Christian. He didn't speak about it a lot. I did a live stream about Marshall McLuhan where I read an article about McLuhan, and it has that quote in it, the medium and the message are one. And it talks about McLuhan's faith, because he became a Catholic, but he didn't speak about it a lot. But it hugely informed all of his stuff. And I talk about that in that live stream. It's really good. Oh, Lance, sweet. He's a great Twitter follow. Cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was on Twitter. But when you read it, essentially and this reminds me of something my boy Rod has told me, is that, which reminds me of 1 Corinthians 9. I think and this is the Corey conversation. There's too many mosaics. There's too many things. See, this is why I need a live stream in the morning, because this is when I'm manic and I'm seeing all the mosaics and everything is connected. And I just feel like Tom Cruise and this is like what my mind is like in Minority Report, when he's and I'm doing precognition and finding bad guys and certain killers before they've committed their crimes. Of course you're going to work out, you beautiful man. Dunk for me. Okay. Too many threads. There's too many threads even for me this morning. This is why my wife says sometimes, I'm like, are you having a manic episode? Okay. Mortimer Adler, Naval, reading books. And I'm going to eventually circle back to, what am I even circling back to now? But you need 1 Corinthians 9. You just need to be what the situation calls for. I become all things to all people, that for the sake of Christ I may win some, is what St. Paul says. Be what the situation calls for, which is not in PBK's terms, is probably not, it's probably a combination. It's probably the unity of sincerity, authenticity, and profilicity. Be whatever the situation calls for. Like, why choose? Porque no los dos. Why choose between porque no los tres? Why not choose between? Why choose between the three? Have all of them. And when it comes to books, it's the same thing. What do you need from the book? What is the situation call for? What does this book need? How can this book be generative to inform your life, to make you into the Corey thread, to make you into the thing that Corey said in that conversation, which is, and if Chad's here, it's called, man, I need to find that because I quote it all the time, but I don't remember it. The same the way that I quoted the book that I did post. I came back and posted on my community threads or whatever that upset is quite a line, which I should find and just read. Oh, my book's right here. I'll find it and read it here too, because why not? It's a great line. But okay, I need to calm down. I don't know if this is espresso. No, you did. Oh yeah, you do know him. Now I gotta come hang out with you, Rod. This sucks. You know David Dark? God, why is my life awesome and frustrating? I want to hang out with both of you. And I want to go to your wife's thing. Dang it. Yes, you got it. Matthew, thank you. This is what Corey said the other day. The greatest vision of the greatest version of yourself. That's what Corey said the purpose of life is to be the greatest version of the greatest vision, I think. It was something like that, of the greatest version of yourself. Stephen, that conversation is on the Friday Morning Nameless, Chad's channel, and it's Corey. Yes, it's so good. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Matthew. You're a hero. And I think being the greatest vision of the greatest version of yourself and living into that in a relational way, which to me is your Whitestone name, that is the eternal you. That is the superposition you in and outside of time. The non-dual you, which includes duality. The iconic you. Christ in me. The divine spark. The imago Dei. Whatever. That thing, when it has reached its fullness and its perfection, and the seed in your death, when you die and you are living into that, when you voluntarily give up yourself unto death, which is part of that, I think, necessarily. When you do that, then you become all things to all people. And you are whatever the situation calls for. And you can do that with people. You can do that with books. You can do that with anything. It's probably discernment. It's being in the place. It's when your eye is filled with light, and when your eye is one, when your eye is unified, your whole body will be full of light. And if your eye is darkness, your whole body will be full of darkness. And how great is that darkness? If you can learn to see correctly, vision, purify your eye, your whole body will be full of light, because what will be salient to you and you'll have a relevance realization of the proper thing at the proper time. And you can treat books that way. Like, what do you need from this book? Maybe you just need the intro. Maybe you just need to read the back of it, and that will give you what you need. Maybe for me, with like C.S. Lewis, reading The Magician's Nephew, maybe all I needed from that book was what you see and hear depends a lot on where you're standing and the kind of person you are. Maybe all I needed from Lilith, and this is all I remember from Lilith, is that one quote that I mention all the time: the fact is no man understands anything. That line. And then the image of the redemption of Lilith at the end as her hand is as her hand is mercifully cut off from what she has clenched, and it's become ossified, and she can't even open her own hand. And mercifully, her hand is removed so that she can fall asleep, which is the beginning of her life, the seed dying. Which Jeremy, I don't know. That's the part of Lilith, which Sherry and I forget his name had a great conversation about on Grail Country. Mark, also you're a hero, dude. You're killing it in the corner lately, in my opinion. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back on the circles. Where did this all begin? Dropping off my girls at a thing, meeting a guy, spiritual conversations, evangelism. Is that where we were at? reading books. David Dark, Evangelism. Yeah, because there we go. Let's go all the way back. David Dark. This is where I think I kicked off my circumambulating brilliant / psychosis, whatever you want to call it. If the call is to be that, and David Dark this is his definition that has stuck with me. There's this really great okay, silence my phone. Interview. I think it's only on Vimeo, and I think I've spoken about it before. That would be a great thing to play. I don't know if you can play that through YouTube with copyright stuff, and if they get pissed off. Between David Dark and Dave Bazan, who is the lead singer of this band called Pedro the Lion. If you grew up an evangelical Christian and you were and he's a good musician, and you're into quality Christian music and genuine artistry, you'll probably know of Dave Bazan, or there's a high likelihood. And Dave Bazan is fantastic. Pedro the Lion's album, I mean, a number of their albums are good, but their album Achilles Heel is fantastic. I mean, it is just wonderful. The intro to Hard to Believe, it's worth the album. I mean, just go listen to the song Hard to Believe. And just the intro is fantastic, but musically it's phenomenal. Dave Bazan is originally a drummer, but then he becomes the musician who does multiple things. He plays guitar, he sings. But the drumming in Pedro the Lion is phenomenal. The drumming in Hard to Believe is phenomenal. Or Hard to Be, that's the name of it, Hard to Be. Because that's the lyric. It's hard to be a decent human being. And I don't know, and it's essentially his deconstruction album. It's really good. Oh my gosh. Anyhow, Dave Bazan, David Dark, have a conversation, which is called, I have it saved somewhere in a bookmark in one of my internet browsers on my phone. And it's really excellent. I kind of want to find it because if people want to see it, which they should, it's phenomenal. But in that, the whole point of this, is that Dave Bazan says in there, he talks about how Christians were first called Christians because it was just called the Way or something. And then Christians were first called Christians in what town? Antioch, I believe. Yes. And Antioch, they were first called Christians, and it wasn't a self-identifying label. This is very pertinent to TLC stuff and this identity and all that kind of stuff. And what does it mean to believe? Because they were called Christians, Christ followers, by other people. Other people are like, oh, these guys are obviously the Christ followers because they are doing all the Christ things. They are casting out demons, doing miracles, having no place to lay their head, holding everything in common, not gathering up things. They're looking like Christ. They are sacrificing themselves out of love for the other and saying, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. To Sam Tiedemann's excellent video recently in the corner, the Mari, is he Assyrian? That Assyrian priest who was stabbed. Then Sam did that excellent video on it where he's talking about Islam in a really great way. That's Christian. And so David Dark says, I haven't even got to it yet. This is ridiculous. He says that Christian witness, which is also like martyrdom, he says the Christian witness is to bear witness to the witness that you perceive. And I love that definition because it includes Owen Barfield, perception. And it's just what you should do as a Christian is bear witness to the witness that you perceive. So how does that relate to sincerity? Well, sincerity is built in. Authenticity is built in because it's the witness you perceive, that you apprehend. And then if you're doing it online or whatever, prophilicity would be built in. So it would be the integration, porque no los tres. It would be the integration of all those things. So Nate, you can feel free to come in here at any time because I'm just riffing. I hadn't even started talking about flipping.
If you were trying to, I was just trying to stand back. If you were trying to get to a point, I would want to give you the time to do it without just hopping in.
Well, I was eventually trying to get to marriage and complicated stuff, but then I started riffing, and I'm already 20 minutes in, and I haven't even touched on marriage yet.
Yeah, I heard some of this. I heard some of the stream yesterday, and it's like I'm glad that we haven't had that many conversations about that subject.
About same-sex
marriage, about sexuality. There's been a few, but it's not like we're much more inclined to talk about the philosophical high level stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes that messy stuff, there's an avoidance.
Well, and the same-sex marriage stuff is complicated. I don't know. Someone.
Oh yeah, of course it's complicated.
It's not, but it's not abstractly complicated. It's concretely and relationally complicated.
Right.
But it's probably more.
Yeah.
That's why I said in the stream.
Well, and the other thing
is we can do it, because that means we're almost at the end of ideology.
Right. So in a space where almost everyone is straight, married, and Christian.
Yeah.
Or is straight and wants to be married and is Christian, like overwhelming. It's kind of hard for us to have any level of nuance because we don't have anybody who knows what it's like from the inside to live that different experience of sexuality, right?
Yeah, which is important.
We do have a few brave voices in this space that give some representation there, but we don't hear from them often enough. And we're just generally like, I mean, that's like if there's a weakness. I think this is one of the reasons CW decided that he needed to take a break.
I need to. Yeah, I did. I
wasn't. Is like as much as what we're doing is good. It's like there's not quite enough diversity to maximize the potential of what we're trying to do here. And now I will say this: what I have seen is that when there are representations of like less common views and less common lifestyles that interact with our space, we do a good job. So to me, I don't think we're just talking the talk about how we're trying to be in this space. I think we actually do a good job of treating people with love and respect. It's just that
especially in video, in text, not.
Yes, especially in video. And whole text thing is like that entire like why people behave so differently in text.
It's amazing.
It's even me.
It's amazing.
Did you see me in the comments yesterday where it's like I got debated into a stupid argument that I didn't want to have.
You come across as a totally different person in text. Like if I only knew you through text.
Yeah, if you only know me from Twitter, you probably think I'm a complete asshole.
Is there people on Twitter that you don't know that way?
It's funny. It's like it's not like I don't talk differently. It's just that I say a lot of things where there's like that aren't necessarily intended to be serious. Where when someone sees it in text, they don't know that I'm not being totally serious. Like the comment I made about the comment that I made that got me embroiled in a debate I didn't want to have about something I didn't really care about was that I said, hey, Protestants, it's almost as if the distinction between venial and mortal sin might have meaning. Because one of the things you were putting up against, and it's like, well, why do we get so upset about this particular sin? Why did transsexuality and homosexuality get us so geared up when, from a Protestant perspective, sin is sin, right? So there's a way in which it seems kind of irrational in a Protestant space to be that focused on a single particular sin. Where like every other sin you're willing to forgive and forget, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like there's some sort of gradation. We have some sort of implicit gradation of sins where we actually don't think that all sins are the same. And the classic Catholic distinction is venial versus mortal. Well, I had a Catholic. Signs in the Dust was the handle. I don't know. You know who that is?
I know the name, the handle. Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen the face, so I don't know, and I don't know the real name that goes with the handle. Mm-hmm. And so we got into like an actual debate about because
that sounds fun.
He apparently thought I actually cared when I did it, and he said, but he got me going because he said it's impossible to hold the distinction between venial and mortal sins on universalist grounds, and I'm like, no, not unless you're a universalist who denies the existence of hell altogether. If you both believe that hell exists, but it's not eternal, and that you believe that there can be differences in intensities and levels of purgation required to redeem a soul, then you absolutely can hold the distinction. But he just kept throwing out this like degree versus kind axiom that he's got in his brain, as if that actually matters in this situation, because venial versus moral could be just as much a difference in degree as in kind. But you can't, the argument that I can't hold a distinction between different kinds of sin on universalist ground falls apart, because he was willing to admit that there can be different levels of purgation required depending on the level of corruption that has been absorbed by the soul in question. So if you believe that there can be different levels of purgation, and if we believe that their sins are different to some, that there are some sins are different, whether we want to accept the classic Catholic distinction between venial and mortal or not, some principle that there are in fact different degrees of sins. Some sins are more serious than other sins and might require more to overcome in the process of your transformation and transfiguration. Then you absolutely can hold that kind of distinction on universalist grounds, as long as you believe that there is a hell, which I do.
Right. It's just the nature of all those things. Okay. I want to say a couple things. I want to try to describe to you a phenomenological experience that I just had while listening to you. And then I want to talk about the different things that you brought up that I almost want to lay out as like a ABC that we could then double click on and go into in more depth. So when you were just talking, I had the experience of, in a very Lukean way, and sorry for that word, in a very Luke way, I was like following everything you were saying in like a very distant mosaic kind of way, and listening to all of them and holding all the different ideas you were touching on in my mind at the same time. But as I was doing that, I was realizing I can't really focus on the debate style logical precision and analysis of the topic that you were talking about. I couldn't do both of those things simultaneously. And so I had to voluntarily choose to stop holding all of the things together, and I had to really pay attention on the focal things. And this is where I tell people, like, I'm so much more right-brained. Like, I have to take concerted effort to go into analysis like that and listen. And you're someone who's more naturally gifted at that than I am.
Right.
And so to follow like the threads of the things that you were laying out, I lost the mosaic. And I almost think you have to. So that was just a weird, I think everyone does that. But that was just,
you can't. The reason you lose the mosaic is because when someone's speaking in that style, they're intentionally drawing your attention away from the mosaic, and toward a particular piece, because that's how that style of thinking works. It's like, like, first of all, you already know the conclusion you're trying to get to,
but you will lose the unity doing that.
And also, you necessarily know the conclusion that you're trying to put in someone's mind, right?
It's so dangerous.
And you know the steps that are needed to get them there.
Yeah.
And so there's no, of course, there's all kinds of things you're filtering out automatically when your brain is engaged in that kind of thinking.
Yes.
Because anything that doesn't get the person that you're arguing against to at least be able to, they almost never will say, oh, you're right. But you can make it so that the argument has occurred in such a way that any neutral third party who's observing it and understands English words knows that you won.
Yeah.
And if anybody goes back and look at the chat, like signs in the dust, like, dude, you lost. I'm sorry. And the only thing that you keep referring to is like you have this axiom about the difference between degree and kind that no one actually should accept or has any obligation to accept. So as I suggested, it was a difference in definitions that would take hours and hours to resolve. And so that's why I stopped the argument. I love
that right now, as you said that, and as you said is signs in the dust. If you go back and look at the chat, you lost. I just immediately, what came to mind immediately was your Conan the Barbarian background.
Yeah, that's true. I did have the Conan background on that day too.
Symbolism happens.
Yeah, I know. It's like I don't. It's. I try not. I mean, I'm trying to be better, Luke. I'm trying to be better, Luke. Just for some reason, it's just like, and it was dumb. It was so dumb because it's like I didn't even care.
Yes. Well, and
I did not care.
A lot of this was happening throughout the whole affirming conversation. Because, well, I guess here, instead of just laying out all the things, this is kind of what I want to double click on. Mark's here, I think, and I've been loving Mark, and maybe we open this up, he'll come in. But because I was trying to convey some of this stuff to my wife as I was talking to her about it the other day. And I was even trying to say, because can
I say something about Mark? I want to say something like we need to, and I have seen this exemplified. I have seen this exemplified. If we could, the progressives who are very active in our spaces, like the more like appreciative of their contributions we could be, the better. Because I don't want to lose another one.
No, absolutely, because I think we need them. And to the DEI point, we do need ideological diversity. Yeah. If this is going to be the death of ideology, we actually do need that. Although there are all the problems with DEI, whatever, we get it.
I got it. This from Nathan is so right.
I knew.
Yeah, yes. And you know what? It's the thing. It's not only the thing I hate most about myself. It's also the thing that drives me crazy about David. David is so much better when he's not in that mode.
Same. Yeah, I agree.
When David is not in that mode, and he can just like write with his wonderful insight and poetic brilliance without being like the guy who and he can crush people. He's very good.
He's that smart, yeah.
He's very good. He's brilliant. He will destroy you with facts and logic.
Yeah.
For sure. But he's so much better when he doesn't give into that.
Which it doesn't matter because, like, who was ever wooed in the proper sense of the word by facts and logic and beaten into submission to love your viewpoint? No.
Well, and here's the thing. Well, sometimes people are, but that kind of thing doesn't have lasting fruit.
Well,
it actually creates people. It may through God's grace, it may eventually be redeemed, become something better.
Maybe if there's a generative seed in it. Otherwise, it's
but it definitely leads people down a path where they just start emulating the same thing, and it's just like it just creates more like kind of crippled, broken Christians, in my opinion.
Yes. Okay. Here's the point I want to double click on. Let me flesh this out a little bit. So, Mark. Here, I was saying this to my wife, and I still right now do not know. So in that live stream, in the bigger live stream, I put my ideological cards on the table of my views on that, which which we've talked about. But I think, and the reason that I do that is because I want to emphasize what I talk about as far as iconic knowing, because I would completely affirm like all the stuff Chris Green was talking about in his conversation. We need to have these conversations maybe for years, decades, if not a lifetime.
That Chris Green conversation, it is killing me that Paul hasn't put it out.
Yeah, I know. It's killing me too, because I made a clip that I have unlisted that I want to post, and I asked PBK if I could post it. And
it was seriously so good. Yeah, everybody, I'm telling you right now, you need to watch the conversation with Chris Green. It is one of Paul's
It's really great.
I would say it has, here's the thing. Even though it's with Chris Green, who's like a known intellectual, it has the feel of one of his better randos conversations.
Yes,
where you really get a sense of who Chris is.
Yes,
as well as the tone of his thought.
Absolutely. Okay, now let me flesh this out. No more sidetracks until I get this fleshed out. I haven't even gotten to my point yet.
Sorry.
So no, you're fine. It's the way that I think, and as passionate as everyone is there's no doubt this always happens. But so I was talking to my wife about the conversation and about affirming stuff and about Mark. And the reason I lay all my cards on the table is because I'm trying to emphasize iconic knowing, because this is the issue, is like I don't actually know Mark's. I don't think that I know, despite everything that Mark said and despite what everyone thinks, what Mark's opinion about the morality of the issue is. I don't actually think that I know that. I think all that Mark is stressing.
Mark stresses the same thing I stress, which is that we have an obligation to try to love these people, and not in a way that's. And in a way that's not. Now, if you genuinely believe that their lifestyle is destructive and harmful, if that's what you think about it, like categorically, that there are no good parts of it that.
But even that,
are
you're thinking of
redeemable.
things in absolutist terms.
Well, that's the problem. It's like that's why I think it's like it's easy to like. Is that the question is like, and I think this is the question that Christians who say that, you know, love the sin, hate the sinner kind of thing. This is the question that they almost always get from the other side is like, does this really look like love? Like, does it look like love from the person that you're sending it toward?
Yeah.
Or does it look like that you are trying to demand that they conform to what you think they should be?
Right. Well, and because love isn't unidirectional. Like even Preston Sprinkle has a great line that I like because he's deep in this whole world of same-sex attraction, LGBTQ issues, the trans world. He's very deep in that. And he says, of the line, love the sinner, hate the sin. He's like, how about you love the sinner, hate your own sin?
Yeah.
Like that's what he says, which I think is
Yeah.
really true. And it's not all these issues are very they're very complicated in the sense, but I honestly think the reason that they're not more clear to everyone and that we have such culture war, ideological warfare stuff is because I think the only reason that would happen is that you're still ideological.
So here's the question then. This actually raises the question of raises an old Catholic Protestant debate, which is the thing that I was arguing about that I actually didn't care about in the comments yesterday. Is there do we need to have some distinction of degrees of sin? Do we want to pretend that a 13-year-old masturbating is morally equivalent to Hitler murdering 6 million Jews?
Well, that's going to take you into some deep theological waters because what?
Well, that's the question. I think for some people, like homosexuality and trans identity is much closer to the Hitler end of the scale than the teenage boy masturbating end of the scale.
Yeah. What that reminds me of, and here I want to affirm Jacob in this because Jacob in Paul's live stream, some newer guy hopped on who had longer hair. I can't remember his name. And he was talking about how if you really think of sin as missing the mark, then he said, well, then isn't everything sin? Isn't everything missing the mark? And Jacob was just like clapping, affirming everything. But the difference is that that isn't a equivalating. That's not like a equivalence of all sin. It's an acknowledgement.
Yeah, but but that's terrible though. And actually, if you can just take the analogy, let's say you're actually shooting in an archery target. Okay, so hitting the mark would be hitting the bullseye.
Yeah. If
I hit the inner ring closest to the bullseye, I'm much closer to the mark than if I don't even hit the frickin' target.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's acknowledging hierarchy.
And we obviously, like, I think intuitively we know this, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, even if we propositionally accept the idea that, oh yes, sin is sin, all sin is equal, that Protestant flattening of sin that happens. So I didn't totally not care because I don't necessarily think that the classic Catholic distinction is the right distinction to use, but there is definitely some sort of distinction of degree of sin that we implicitly all have. Like, we don't view all infractions as the same, right? Like, we have in our law, we have misdemeanors and we have felonies, different classifications.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, why do we? If we have that in our law, then that means that it's based on some moral intuition that not all wrongs are equally wrong. That there are some things that are more wrong than others.
So Marcus has been in here saying stuff, and he said, so Matthew's saying there's degrees, which is true, and then Marcus is saying, he said this, it's not always the individual sexual act that's seen as the Hitler end of the spectrum, but the mass community's sanction of a small sinful act may amplify its sinfulness.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, and I think that is, I think what that's the thing is, I think that is what's objectionable is the fact that it is this idea that it's being pushed to the center of the culture.
Well,
Like,
and I think that's a lot of the
I
conservative
think,
pushback.
yeah, right, exactly, because of that move, which is it's really weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and I don't think it's good for anyone. I don't think it's good for gay people.
No.
And I bet you that you would, but I really I don't know though, because again, my hesitancy in saying anything too definitive here is that I'm like a middle-aged married straight guy. So
yeah, but you're also deeply connected to
that's true.
a number of different aspects of the LGBT in very intimate ways.
Yeah, I have two gay daughters, and I have my dad is gay, and I have two gay aunts. So
just like,
yeah, the highest.
Who in your family isn't gay, Nate? Besides
you, mostly not. It's still only a tiny fraction.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, is because that is the thing. It's like, I mean, if you push it to its furthest end, is like, if everyone is gay, like, humanity doesn't exist unless you just like biologically engineer procreate.
Well, the other thing is like, you know, at the end of the day, it's like gay people are people, and most of the gay people I interact with, they don't want you to interact with them as a gay. The ones I actually know in real life, they don't want you to interact with them as like the gay person. They want to actually, you know, they want you to interact with them as like who they are, because they're unique individuals just like everybody else.
Okay, can I really pivot?
Yeah.
And then, but I think it's related to this, and it will bring in my title of this, so that whoever watches this down the road isn't just like, these people suck at titling. So I have a friend who has recently been going on some dates as a older gentleman, and divorced, and like trying to figure out this dating thing later in life with people. But he's dealing with a lot of these issues that deal with marriage crisis stuff, generational handoff things, because he goes on these dates with and it's kind of through like a service that really connects you. So it's not like some app, it's a much more intentional thing. Right. And he dated like a couple women, and one of them was described as a...
Can I say something about the apps?
Yeah.
They used to be better.
Probably.
They used to be better. Something happened. Like, actually, like I met my current wife, through OkCupid in 2014. And it was actually quite good then.
Yeah.
So
he... Where I wanted to go with this is so there's a little bit of a story, and I'll explain why, and then the question that I think relates to this. So like he was dating, he went on one date with this older, she's probably late 30s-ish, maybe 38 or something.
And he's what, my age?
I don't know, a little bit younger than that, I think, actually. Okay. And
so maybe mid 40s.
No, I think younger than her. Even.
Oh, he's younger than her. Oh, so he's not that old. Okay,
maybe mid 30s or something.
So he's in his 30s. Okay,
yeah, they're probably close.
Okay.
But and he described her as kind of like a girl boss. So she kind of bought into the and again, like, what does even that label mean? Because where I want to get with this, and the other girl he described as like a cool hippie. And I said, well, obviously, and I said, dude,
don't watch live streams. Like,
yeah. Well, I could be, instead of Woo Man, I could just be Non Sequitur. That could be my name. But, and then he described one as a cool hippie, and then one as like a girl boss. And obviously,
wait a minute. Earlier from Lance.
Yeah. And also me and Nate together is even more chaos.
So, oh my God, yes. It's battling ADHD.
Yeah. Blessing and curse. So, and I said, well, obviously go with the cool hippie. versus the ghoul boss. And I was kind of saying that as a joke because I more think of myself as a cool hippie.
Yeah.
And but because also, and he said, well, she described like she was spiritual but not religious, and that has issues. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. And this is probably my own preferences. And I'm like, well, those issues are easily resolved. Much more easily resolved than girl boss issues. But here's the point I want to get to. I know you're gonna have tons of thoughts. So I was explaining all this to my wife, and my wife has girl boss friends ish that are in that kind of world. And this is the place I want to get to, because I'm getting back to sin and what is sin and degrees of sin, because she kind of asked the question with a girl boss, because my friend had this idea of like, it gets into the question of blame and sin of like, whose fault is it? It's like the tower fell on a bunch of people in the Bible. Whose fault is it that this man was born blind or whatever? You know, that story with Jesus. And it's like, no, Jesus is like, whose fault is it is the wrong question. This is so that God's glory could be manifest in the world. So my question with same-sex attraction with my friend and this girl boss, because like, here's the question. She bought into a lot of cultural lies, I would argue, that got her to the point where now she's 38, very successful in life, but doesn't have a family and is not married, and is probably gonna have a very hard time getting there because of all the reasons that we've talked about in this corner of like, why would some guy choose a 38-year-old successful woman when he's probably financially successful too? He doesn't need that. He doesn't value that. He doesn't really care about that. Why would he choose a 38-year-old that's going to be much harder to have babies with, at least in a dating way, when you have to select on limited knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
And it has to be kind of intuitive.
Was your friend married before?
Yes.
I figured, but
yeah. And so, but why would you choose that option? And already has some kids, you know? So like, why would you go that route versus a different route? And then it's the question of whose fault is it? Because that was the thing with my wife that I want to get at, is because she was saying like, well, it's not this girl's fault. Like she, you know, somewhat she's innocent. And I'm like, well, yeah, like whose fault is it? Yes. Like that's kind of the wrong question though. And I think that's the part of the way that we think of sin. And this gets into the Jacob thing, is like, sure, everything is sin, but when you view that in a merely penal, punitive, whose fault is it, moralistic mode, it gets into all kinds of, I don't know, blame and shame problems that I think just miss the point completely of the deeper issues.
Right.
And I think it's the same thing with the same-sex conversation. I think that's that's a huge undercurrent that I think people are missing, is we're thinking of all this stuff in way too moral categories. And because Jacob said that, he's like, the problem is salvation. I almost want to play that part. I want to go find it and play what Jacob said, because I was just like, do I agree with Jacob here? This is crazy. I'm going to find it, because I think it's important. I think it was in PBK's live stream, and I think I left a timestamp.
I find myself agreeing with Jacob occasionally too. It happens.
It is amazing. Even though Jacob says that I'm always wrong though, and I agree with him, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, well, obviously he was wrong in the places where we agree with him. So all those times that we agree with Jacob is wrong.
All right, let's find. Okay, here's a stream. I gotta find the place where it is. Do I have ads? No. We could open this up too, but I do want to play this clip. Should we open it up?
Play the clip first.
Okay, let's do that.
I think this is what TLC needs, is me commenting on a Jacob clip.
Yeah, that would be a good one. So does YouTube usually puts my comments first? Does it do that with everybody else? But it doesn't always put all of my comments. You know what I mean? Okay, where is I was in the, see, this is what's so hard. My comment was in the live chat. That's when it was. Oh. When I was just like, I agree with Jacob. What's going on?
Do you know about when it was in the?
Yeah, I think so I'm gonna find it actively.
You know what you need to do? You need to enlist the help of General Grimm.
I know.
Have him get his Reaper army out there to find the clip you're talking about.
I just can't engage on Discord. I don't have time.
So
But
can you
sometimes I'll
give
sit on
us
live.
like why don't we do this? Give us your summary of what you think Jacob said, because what Jacob said and what you heard Jacob say may not be the same thing, as we well know.
Which
right?
is probably true. If Sam is right about his general critique of me is that I project.
No, but that's not. Here's the thing. What Sam needs to understand is that his general critique of you is true of everyone. We are all running what other people say through our own interpretive filters, and we don't mean exactly the same thing they do with what they've said.
Well, even to say that you're projecting when you hear someone is to assume what I would call a divided man. What would it be? A divided man
it assumes
ontology,
that
where it's inside, outside,
it assumes that objectivity is possible when it's not.
When everything is imaginal, the imagination where you're really.
But I think Sam very much is like, I mean, that's the kind of mind he has, right? And he's so sharp.
He is very sharp, as PBK often says. Okay, let's find this sucker. It's in here somewhere. Is it playing? My internet cannot handle playing things and live streaming.
Just like in any real war, one side starts using drones and it's effective, and so the other uses them. So you have this arms race. And so we've had these mimetic arms races. And this goes back to the point that Lance was making, that the CRC has to be ready for the mimetic arms race that we are all involved in. And that's hopefully what we can all get ready for.
Okay, 155.40.
But we have to be.
This would have been slow. Thank you, Nathaniel. That was great. It's very helpful. Let's get there. Let's just start from here. Yeah, this salvation section is great.
And then we'll let Ben Duncan.
It comes down to the really, really bad idea of salvation, which is you go to heaven or you go to hell. You get cast in the lake of fire, or you're covered in the blood of Jesus.
Another antithesis, right?
It is splitting. It is a psychological problem of a binary that doesn't exist.
Yet you are the most binary person in the corner, Jacob.
Not at all. Not at all. So this is, again, there is this idea that if you make any judgment, right, that if God judges, then it's either to hell or to heaven, which is the antithesis of the 13 principles of faith, which says we have faith of Jewish faith, which says we have faith that God will punish the wicked according to their to their wickedness. And yes, I am non-binary. My Twitter profile says gender non-conforming. I don't conform. You have not noticed I am not gender conforming. And God, it's infinite judgment in infinite mercy means that each person gets precisely what they deserve in the hierarchy. And that's why if you deny hierarchy, you're denying everything.
All right. John Van Dunk, Hunter, do you want to do anything before I let the other monster in the room here, John Van Dunk, come in?
Comment, yeah.
John got me.
Stop it. All right, stop screen. Oops. There we go. So I think what Jacob said there is largely awesome.
There's parts of it I agree with.
Okay.
I definitely hierarchy is a very tricky concept.
Well, you and
I think that Jacob and there is a sense in which I do believe in hierarchy, but it is a very different sense than I think that Jacob intends when he says hierarchy.
Well, I don't know.
And I think that Jacob definitely is a person who thinks that natural hierarchies reflect hierarchy proper. And I think they don't.
Okay, say that again. I was distracted.
natural hierarchy in Jacob's mind, natural hierarchies reflect hierarchy proper. Like in his system, as above, so below, right? And I can say as above, so below too, but when I say it, it's in an aspirational sense because it actually doesn't match at all.
Yeah.
Because our hierarchies don't look anything like hierarchy proper.
Well, in a Christian frame, there are, at least to me, or I would say, there's earthly hierarchies, and then there are heavenly hierarchies, which is like that thing. It's the whole Lord's Prayer, you know, that things would be on earth as in heaven.
Well, and I don't even think it's not even hierarchies; it's just hierarchy.
Yeah,
because there's just one divine order. The question is what is the ordering principle of that divine order? And Jacob and I are on absolutely polar opposite ends of what we think the organizing principle is. He thinks it's power. He thinks it's power. He does. He thinks it's power, and I think it's love.
I mean, I said that in the live stream the other day, is because that's the power authority distinction. This
is why Jacob and I are locked in the battle that we do, even though it's like I have nothing against Jacob. I care about Jacob. I wish only the best for Jacob. But we can't he's smart enough to see that we are actually in a very fundamental disagreement, and also there's no debate that resolves the disagreement we have. When everything that you think is built on a completely opposite foundational axiom, there's no resolution for that.
But this is why I have a different understanding of ontology than epistemology and like egoic intellect. Is like his whole basis isn't built on that. Everyone's basis is built on the same thing. It's just we all think different things. We think about it differently. Because reality is one.
Well, right, the source. Yes. But all we can do is disagree with our words that we use to describe what it is.
Which is a significant thing that's why that goes back to my
that's why I don't need to hate Jacob.
No, yeah.
Even though the way we think about it from a words standpoint are opposite terms.
Well, and that's kind of my
the other thing is that I don't know if Jacob is willing to accept this, but I know that I'm ultimately wrong. I'm doing the best I can. I'm doing the best that I can. Going back to the archery metaphor that we were using earlier, right? I'm doing the best that I can with true aim to point towards the bullseye.
Yeah.
And I might be getting really close. I might be someone who's getting really close to the bullseye.
Yeah.
But I'm not hitting the bullseye.
Yeah. And you could be wrong and he could potentially be right. And that's probably we're
both wrong, or they're both wrong, and there's some corrective that I could achieve in dialogue with him that would actually put my aim even closer to the bullseye than I think it is already.
Oh man, God, I love Jacob. He's so fantastic. Excuse me, I have a cold. To riff on the bullseye thing, because this is I think where so many people get caught up, is because acknowledging this is the Lilith quote, is the fact
I just have to say this is the new height. I think I might. Maybe I'll put.
Yeah.
I might put that on my wall.
Yeah, I would identify along all those lines, as would you.
Well, wait a minute. Let's see. Yeah. Does that make you and Sherry and I some kind of unholy trinity?
I mean, Jacob. I'm sure Jacob will just say yes here pretty soon. Okay, I'm gonna put out.
By the way, this is not be the first time that I've been a member of a group that was referred to as the Unholy Trinity.
Really? Congrats.
The two guys I used to hang out with all the time at Thomas Aquinas College, they called us the Unholy Trinity.
Yeah, So, like I told you privately, I think, but I'm planning on coming to.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited.
Which I'm very pumped about. I actually have a nephew who's going to school at Evergreen
Oh, really?
right now.
Okay.
And I was talking to my wife about you and how it would be fun if I could somehow connect everybody while I'm up there. Because I'll probably, hopefully, God willing, be able to see them. And I don't know. It'll all be really fascinating.
Hey, one of these, I think. So first of all, things are going pretty well.
Okay.
We're like we still have plenty of time to go before the event, and I'm already getting quite near to the break-even point, so I'm not going to lose money on this thing.
Yeah.
So if it continues to go well, I'll probably do another one again. And actually, if I do another one, I really am tempted. I'm very strongly tempted to try to host it on the Evergreen campus.
Oh my gosh. Don't tease me.
I'm very tempted.
That would be so great. Like they wouldn't even know what to do with it. Would they?
I don't personally send out the kind of signals that would make people want to protest me at Evergreen.
So
I'm an alumnus. Slag like, no, don't do it.
well, what's interesting is I think actually that's what my nephew does in like his free time. Is I think he leads protests. I think he travels around the country.
He is a greener. I mean, it is kind of like everybody's minor. That's always the case, even when I was there.
I mean, they're just so Protestant Christian. It's unbelievable.
Oh, for sure.
It's just unbelievable.
100%.
So, but don't you think it would be? It's like in a lot of the comments when people get pissed off at me and who is it? He's always in here. What's his name? William Branch is always defending me. That he's just like when people try to get pissed at me, and he's like, "Good luck. You can't like get mad at Luke. He's like essentially the Tao. Like, good luck."
Well, yeah, people can get mad at you, but like, what do they think you're doing? All you're doing, here's what you're doing. This is what I see you doing. What I see you doing is like opening yourself up and sharing with everyone your struggle to see reality.
Yeah, that's a lot of it,
right? And you're reporting on what you see. And you know what? It's what you see. It doesn't have to align with what anyone else thinks that they see.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't understand what are people getting mad about? It's not like you've never given the impression that you are teaching doctrines.
I mean, if people think I'm a teacher, I'm a poor one.
Or trying to convert people to anything. All you're doing is just talking about things as you see them.
Yes. Speaking of that, and then we should open this up. I want to show you, feel free to open it up if you want. Or I can do it. I'll do it. And then
You got it. Okay.
I got it. I want to show you a comment on the last stream. Where is it? Live.
I just want to, in case Signs in the Dust, whoever you are sees this, I just want to apologize for wasting your time in an argument that I didn't really care about because you got me caught up in the possibilities of the argument.
All right, here, I'm going to share the screen. So this is one of my critics. I love highlighting my critics. I do not like sharing things when people speak well of me. I only like it when sharing things when people speak ill of me. So here we go. Can we see this? How's it coming up? All right. So this is MJ, our boy MJ. Can I zoom?
Can I bring Michael on?
Huh?
Can I bring Michael on?
Bring in whomever, yeah.
Hey, Michael. Welcome.
What's up?
Up the mud.
Hey, what's up, Sartori? I want to read this comment because this is very much like so this is a criticism. MJ's usually pointing out criticisms. And he says, I remember when PBK attempted the speed dating format in his live streams where individuals had a set amount of time to share their personal stories. It turned out to be a complete disaster. Objectifying people's personal lives really highlighted for me a dark aspect of TLC's underlying consumer impulses. Now PDK has gone back to his usual intellectualizing and cultural gossip. However, whether it's narrative or gnosis, one thing remains consistent. The feeding on novelty is a means of distraction. This is further emphasized by the fact that many of you are so fixated on something as insignificant to your personal lives as a CRC synod. I believe that one reason people immerse themselves in the lives of others is because they feel unfulfilled in their own lives. Those who are dissatisfied with their own circumstances may become preoccupied with others as a way to escape or divert attention from their own problems or unhappiness. And before you argue that the synod represents larger issues, I would question, do you genuinely believe that? Or are you simply trying to convince yourself of that? While you believe you're embodying, quote, the logos or whatever through digital interpersonalism, I observe that you are all disconnecting from yourselves. Luke, how do you have such contrasting viewpoints? Now, what I would suggest, my answer to that, and I said so in the comments, is that essentially, I think some of that criticism is true. I'm sure there are people in the corner to where that criticism is apt. I have no doubt. However, I would, again, the impulse to absolutize things, there's also people in the corner whose impulse is not that. And like I've told my wife, like I would say, there's a huge percentage of people that from the corner and from PDK's ministry have been helped and who are living more embodied in the fullness of their life, no doubt because of TLC. And so then
I think Michael has already rebutted it right now. Just watch what he's doing.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
not completely ignoring the kid.
Yeah, I think that's what MJ would say is you're somehow disconnected because you're on a live stream right now doing this. Well, that's what he would say. But
well, this one, I mean, this is such a hilarious point, and I don't have a great metaphor for it, but it's when you realize that people say oh, there's so many lonely guys and lonely girls, why don't they just get together? It's well, they don't get together because they're incapable of getting together. They don't have the software running that allows you to be loving to this other person.
Yeah.
And so until you get that software update, if we want to use that metaphor, then it ain't gonna change. Avi, so it's just
otherwise the idea of, would. Yes.
Yeah. It's oh, why aren't you fit? Watching YouTube videos on getting fit isn't going to make you fit, you idiot. It's we need the information that's locked up in that YouTube video, dum-dum, getting the update, getting the enhancement, and the amount of information it's taken, the amount of podcasts and everything just in my life that have helped me get a habit of fitness. It's that's way more important than, I mean, to a degree, I mean, maybe going to the gym is all, has its own thing, but obviously all these podcasts and people's stories and why they lift or why they do fitness, so the idea of oh, well, you're on the internet? That's the opposite of doing stuff. They're in, they go hand in hand.
Here, I want to just point out this. This is Nathan Woods, who was an atheist and then became a Christian, now is active in his church, very active in his church, is married, multiple children, met his wife through TLC before TLC was even named. So, I mean, there's one very, very embodied person that is so embodied because of this. So there's a counterexample, at least one, and I think there are many, many.
Well, but wait a minute, though. This is first of all, this is a commenter who's known to you, right?
Yeah.
And why is that commenter known to you? Because they frequently comments on the very videos.
That was my response.
That they're critiquing. So so I think, to me, there is so this is we only know this is a person who you don't know the face that goes with this or real name that goes with this handle, right? Or do you?
I do not.
I don't. I don't, right? So it's not somebody who actually, so it's somebody who's participating in the comment section, but has never actually been on the streams, but wants to criticize what goes on the streams from a distance. So now I think there's genuinely a lot of projecting going on in that comment.
Yeah, life is not tried, it's merely survived if you're standing outside the fire. Garth Brooks.
Yeah. Nate, I think it's, first off, I think you're a really a good person to continue to talk about this conversation, right? Because I think you bring the alternative view. Also, some people might be surprised where
Well,
you
I'm
end
also
up.
not that alternative. That's the thing.
Well,
it's like my view is strange.
Well, let me finish this. Also, some people might be surprised where you ultimately end up on this because you know
I'm
what
actually
I mean?
relatively conservative.
Right. So the nuance is there. And so one of the things that I think is really interesting, and I think if Mark would come up or whatever, and I've been thinking about this, and when you talked about hierarchy, if we talk about things just at the personal level, right? So if you're making personal arguments when we're referring to the body or the institutional level, those are, you know what I mean? Those are two different things, right? And so, for example, in the CRC, you can absolutely come and be a member if you are gay, lesbian, queer, whatever. That is not prevented from you. And in fact, the church is for sinners. Everyone is welcome, right? What it did was it said, hey, we're not going to teach against the always held view, and you can't be in leadership. So, for example, I can't be in leadership in the Orthodox Church because I'm divorced and remarried. You know what I think about that, Nate? I think that's absolutely great, right?
Yeah,
I'm
right.
I'm like, okay, good. Like, I get it. So
right.
they have some real things. And I think the other thing that I would point out is, and I'll just be quiet, is that the one thing that gets left out in the CRC debate is as Paul called himself this week on his channel, a lefty. Even the lefty moderates did not want to go where the affirmers went. It's almost as if there was only a conservative lurch. No, the people who love the denomination, and Paul is open, because he has also shared, he's seen where.
I think Paul and I are actually pretty close in our actual views on this thing. I think ultimately, we're very, very, very close. So I know exactly where he is, where it's like, I am sympathetic to. I don't think the people that want to be affirming are standing for nothing, but they want too much.
There's a whole,
their demands are unreasonable, and they don't have a good sense of the proper rate of cultural development in areas like this.
Yeah, it's a radical shift from the once always held views, and so we need to think through that. And so, I think, and you made a comment about you and Jacob, where what you've realized, and Jake, like you said, he's smart enough to realize too, there's such a fundamental difference in how you guys are working up from ground up and top down in some ways, right? That there really is not a debate to be had amongst us.
There is no debate. That's why I don't like. And he's never extended the invitation to me either. It's like it's just like there's not. I think we both know that there's nothing to debate because the level of disagreement is so fundamental.
And where the progressives
and also, by the way, Lance, I'm not sure that that's not appropriate. I'm not sure that that's not appropriate for a Christian and a Jew.
I agree.
What's important, I think, is for us to both grant that whatever God has in mind for the continuation of the Jewish people and the Jewish tradition, and whatever God has in mind for the future of the church and the mission of the church, that we are working toward the same thing on parallel paths.
Read Romans. Listen, Hezi is supposed to live into what he's supposed to live to. So is Jacob and Joseph. Like that story. Their part in the plan is exactly part of God's plan A, not plan B.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing where I put Jacob is Jacob, from his own principles he stands on, he is absolutely wrong about the state of Israel. He is 100% wrong about the state of Israel, and if he wants to be consistent with his own principles, he needs to put his weight fully behind the state of Israel, because the reason for the difference and the difference between the parallelism is that Israel is a nation among the nations, and that the rules that apply in the game that is played among the nations are not the same that is played in the interpersonal game amongst individuals, which is the life the church is leading people in.
And Jacob, this is what Nate was.
And in that world, pacifism, anarchism, and anti-hierarchy are in fact unacceptable.
And I think the foundational elements, what's happened is, I thought Aaron Vriesman's conversation with Paul was really good. He was like, listen, if we're wrong, we're horrible, we're just awful people, whatever. If they're right, whatever. He's just like, but where are the grounds of where the progressives and the more traditional or moderate stand is like, we can't even, there's no way to come to a common ground in a body, in an institutional body, because where our foundations, like, really, they are so separate. And so I think the nuance here, Nate, is, which I think you guys will do a really good job of talking about. And Nate, you push me. See, I love CW because he pushes me, right? No, you push me to sit back and think about things.
You pushed me in real life.
Yeah.
Down the flight of stairs. I'm just kidding.
So I think it's important, and what we're doing is we're like, so you understand this in debate, Nate. It's like, one of the great things is when you're talking about this aspect of something and someone makes an argument and it's like, it's not relevant to the point here. You're like, well, no, you're right now you're arguing about apples and we're talking about pineapples. I think there's a difference between showing personal love, understanding, grace, shepherding towards people who struggle with any sort of sin, right? Versus what are we going to do up here at the institutional or body level, right? Those are two different things. And like I keep mentioning, and I think it would shock people. And some people got mad at us, to be honest with you. But I was in a rural.
Well, that's the two Jacobs though too, right?
Right.
That the thing you just pointed out. Because what is he pursuing as his vocation? Counseling.
Right.
Which is that dealing with that things at the personal level. And I'm sure that Jacob is I bet you that Jacob will be very different in his counseling mode than he is in this public discourse mode.
Mm-hmm.
I would certainly hope so.
Yeah. Now, it was really easy for us because we were a house church, right? And we were loosely affiliated with other house churches. So we were the most free form you could be. And I mentioned this. We had a lesbian couple who had already adopted a couple children, right? Started coming to our church and wanted to be a part of our church. But they said, hey, are we welcome here? And they said, absolutely. The elder board kind of met. And what they came down with was, they're like, listen, where do all of us need to be in church, right? We all need to be in community. So they spoke very clearly. They said, well, here will be the situation. We're going to continue to teach the once always held beliefs. We're going to teach our children that. By the way, kids don't know how to tactfully say things like your mommy shouldn't be married to your mommy or something. That sort of stuff's going to happen, right? So do you want to put your kids in that? And you can't hold a leadership position, but we want you here. They said, nope. Yep. Here's what they said, Nate. They're like, yeah, we want to be here. And you know what they did? They were amazing members of our community.
Yes. But here's the thing, Lance, is lesbians tend to be remarkably conservative temperamentally. This is the thing. That's one of the things about the whole rainbow flag movement is that it doesn't do a very good job of expressing and respecting the actual diversity of the very different groups of people that it
100%. I know a very good friend of mine who is a gay man, and he decided, his response was, I just need to be celibate, right? That was his response in his personal life. And he also pushes back, and you can't inextricably link them because, for example, in the CRC, they also aligned themselves with the more activist groups that push the agenda that, quite frankly, there's not an overwhelming, like if you would look at like a percentages, like some of the more aggressive LGBTQ plus agenda, if you were to like actually get an honest poll out of those who identify as gay or lesbian or whatever, it would not, I'd be curious at the numbers, but it wouldn't be, there would be a vast minority who will say, we're against puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery. We're against some of the more, the botched things we're seeing in terms of the public square and so on and so forth. There are a lot of gay conservatives, right? So yes, it's a whole plethora of things that get there. So at any rate, I'm gonna bow out because I've said enough about this. But I think you and Luke and Mark, and I continue to tell Mark this, and I hope he hears this. I think he's an amazing addition to the TLC, and because we can start working through the nuance of things. And like Mark made a very good point, don't caricature the left. Same is true, don't caricature the right. Let's get past the caricatures and we get into the nuances. And I know the thing that I think that also is Luke is so open and willing to entertain so many things. And Luke will say, I'm more progressive than the progressives and I'm more conservative than the conservatives. Like I've heard you say that multiple times, things like that, right, Luke? And so I think you guys are great people to have this conversation, because we need to bridge the divide and get rid of some of the caricatures. Because I'll say this, I have certain caricatures about the left that I need to have broken. And Mark has certain caricatures about the right that he needs to have broken. So hopefully we're here to start breaking down as many of those as possible.
All right. I want to say one thing, and then I got to go because I got to go do some other things. Thanks, Lance. That was beautiful. And appreciate the positive remarks. I think Mark, because one of the things I've seen disagree with Mark the most in the comments is Phlebas, and he's pretty old school, old boy in the corner, and a William's like me, but older and wiser. But I would love to see a conversation between you and Phlebas. I mean, even if it's not recorded, whatever. Like, you guys should just hook up and talk somehow. And I know, so Phlebas, if you're still here, I suggest, Mark, you probably have contact information. Look, it's on his name. And I'm sure you'd talk to him, because Phlebas is very critical of your things. And I think you're very good at having conversations with people you disagree, even though, you talk about your own, whatever, psychological struggles. You're a passionate guy. I think a lot of your people's misunderstanding of you, from my perspective, is stemming from passion. I don't know, passion and love. I mean, but that's my basic assumption, is I think people that are disagreeing are just misunderstanding. That's kind of what I think.
Yeah, I can't, I'm not a good multitasker, so I struggle to stay up with the chats when I'm on these things.
Yeah.
Apparently Phoebus was under the impression I had stormed onto Jacob's stream and acted or spoke disrespectfully towards. No,
I have to go do some things.
Me too, but I'm here. My wife thinks I'm absolutely lost my mind with all this stuff. Why are you doing again? But anyway, I know you got stuff to do.
Welcome to the Luke experience, Mark.
If I don't go get across for the person that I'm a sponsor for at their baptism, that would be bad.
They're letting you sponsor people, Luke?
Yes.
Luke, they're letting you sponsor people?
Okay. This is the internet age. Give somebody an iPad. They'll hold you up and you can...
Yeah, there you go.
You can bilocate.
I have to pick up my kids. I have to do things like that. Okay.
Oh man.
Yeah, right. Go do that. Those things.
All right. See you.
All right. God bless you, Luke.
Thank you.
Bye, Luke.
Anyways, I was saying Phlebas was under the impression I'd stormed onto Jacob's channel to tell Father Stephen and Pastor Cedric what for, when in fact I had been specifically invited by Jacob, and he tipped his hand to. He actually admitted to the panel or to the stream that I was there to be his foil and punching bag. I've made a convenient foil for him. That's fine, but I was invited, and if the punching bag punched back a little bit, I apologize. But,
don't apologize.
That's that.
Particularly not on Jacob's channel. That's midrash.
It's just a day in the dojo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we talking about? What do you want me here? I heard my name called 3 times.
I think they were talking about, and I was really interested. Nate's been busy lately and hasn't been able to jump on as many of these things. But
yeah, we miss you.
Nate's gonna be a good conversation partner on this, Mark, because he comes from he'll push back at a lot of the same things that you want to push back on, and tease on a lot of the nuances that you want to tease on. So Nate's going to be because I think we do need to have, because listen, this is let's don't run away. This issue has split up every church in the United States, essentially, for most of the Protestant churches, right? It's also playing out in our social square in a lot of meaningful ways. Yeah. Having a conversation about this and learning how to talk about this difficult topic. If this is Nate, isn't this what Estuary and the TLC should be built for? Is to be able to come together And not agree, but at least have some more.
No, not
understanding.
agree. Not agree. Actually, yeah, the point is not agreement.
Yeah, right.
The point is to at least to be able to develop an understanding of why someone might think what they think, and to not find that it unfathomable that someone would have a different opinion than yours.
Yeah.
And so it's developed which is going to lead to the development of a certain degree of like intellectual humility. The more you practice this, the more you're going to develop a little bit of degree of intellectual humility about your own positions, because you are going to see that your position isn't the only possible view, and that you're doing the best you can to take the position that you think is right, but it's almost certainly not definitively and indisputably the only possible view. So, yeah, I don't know, Mark, I don't know if you ever heard what my actual position is, because my position is a little unusual.
I know a little bit, but I don't think I know.
So my position is influenced by the Anglican theologian John Milbank.
Okay.
And I think that, so although I believe that the idea of gay marriage is it's a complete category error, I actually think it's an impossibility. That doesn't mean, because I do believe that gender is in fact like a cosmic principle. The way that C.S. Lewis talks about gender in the Space Trilogy is very much correct from my point of view. So there can't be a marriage, because it just doesn't. It's ontologically impossible for a same-sex union to be a marriage. It's not, but that doesn't mean that it can't be blessed in some way, because friendships can be blessed, and friendships can be of same gender.
So
there's a way there's a way to bless a same-sex relationship that may or may not have a sexual component. And frankly, I think that the sexual aspect of this should be left as a matter of conscience for a discussion between the pastor or priest and the individual person as to how they feel about the morality of any sexual element that might exist. But those friendships can be blessed independent of the notion of whether they have a sexual component or not. But it can't be a marriage. It just isn't a marriage.
Right.
Which doesn't mean it's a meaning. Which does not mean, by the way, that it's not a meaningful relationship that can have beauty to it.
No, I just before we get to the morality question, the gay marriage question, even I want to go back to you talked about a cosmic element to it in your view of marriage. So do you feel some affinity to like the Mormon vision, not necessarily carried out in all their particulars, but to their vision of the marriage is eternal?
Well, you do. I mean,
everlasting.
Yes, I do believe that that marriage is a symbol of something that is everlasting. I don't know that.
Between a man and a woman.
Is
a
it
specific man and a specific woman?
Boy, I don't know, because that really, I want to say yes, but then the whole issue of divorce becomes like super complicated.
Well, and Jesus explicitly.
But I suppose it is appropriate to bring up the issue of divorce in this conversation, because ultimately it's just a conversation about sexual morality. And so I would say that the intention of it is to be eternal. Yes, I actually don't believe that. I'm not a Christian who believes that the monastic is I'm not aligned with the Orthodox in thinking that the monastic life is the highest calling.
Okay.
I don't think that at all.
Okay.
And I do think that it is. I don't think it's inferior either. I think it is a different path that is equally valid and may be the right path for some people,
Mm-hmm.
but it is not superior to the call to married life.
Do you think, I would just push back on that a little bit, given the fact that they have married priests, right? A number of saints were married people. The newest North American saint was the wife of a priest, a native Alaskan woman. She's amazing. You'd love her story, Nate, Matushka Olga. I think that's where things get a little bit, well, the way in which you walk and you view the world, now that I went to a Catholic university or whatever, there are a lot of differences. So I would push back on that from a practical sense.
Yeah, it looks like Marcus is aligning with you too. To be fair here, context, Marcus and Lance, if I am being unfair to the Orthodox view, this comes out of a dispute that I had, of an argument I just had recently with Paul Kingsnorth. Because I commented on Paul Kingsnorth's latest video where essentially I think that I love Paul, and I think he does great work, and I have a great deal of respect for Paul. But I think he becomes too pessimistic and too prone toward escapism in a way that I actually don't think is the highest calling of the Christian life. And
PVK, right? You're talking about PVK.
No, I'm talking about the British author Paul Kingsnorth.
Oh, thank you. Different Paul.
Yeah, different Paul. And we were debating back and forth in his comment section over his latest video. Okay. And my pushback was that mere escape from the world is not what Christians are called into.
Yeah, I would just
I said we may need to go into the wilderness. I was trying to partially validate what he was saying. We may need to go into the wilderness for a season, right? But even John the Baptist doesn't stay in the wilderness.
No, exactly. And even the saints who go out to the wilderness can't stay in the wilderness because the people keep coming towards them and building towns around them because they want their wisdom.
Right.
But I think I definitely don't want to.
So if I was strawmanning the Orthodox position, I apologize. I'm sure it's more nuanced than that. I just had this argument that I had with Paul Kingsnorth, where he was very much presenting the monastic life as like the center of the faith. And we were debating about that. And so I thought I maybe took this as more representative of the Orthodox view broadly.
To be fair, we do hold them in extremely high regard. What it really comes down to is it's more, and you'll like this, Nate, it's more of a, what's your path? It's more of a personalist path, right? Like for some people because they actually try to dissuade people to really, do you really want to do this? Okay. Like this is going to be really hard. So it's more of a personalist path. And how it plays out practically, let's just say at the parish level, is, of course, if a young man or woman wanted to do that, just like in anything, that would be great. But I would say that the family in your more lived out life, like for example, my priest keeps telling me, read the saints, but you're not read the monastics, but you're not a monk. You have a job and you have family and you have responsibilities. You don't hold yourself to a monastic parochial lifestyle and fasting because like you actually have to eat because you have to have energy to work. So don't quit trying to be like a monk if you're not a monk.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. No, it's like I gotta say everything like when it comes to like Orthodoxy that is not like maybe some of the more extreme examples of like hyper Orthodoxy that we see in online spaces. So it's interesting because I think the online Orthodoxy is the thing that's driving so many new converts. It seems.
It is. YouTube.
Yeah. But I actually have like my experience with actual Orthodoxy is better than my experience of the online spaces.
Yeah, that's the thing I keep pushing back, which is the Orthodoxy I experience in my parish and with the priests I talk to.
Yeah.
Don't reflect the online kind of thing you see. The other thing is, here's the other thing I find is really interesting. Now, this isn't true of all Orthodox priests. I want to say the ones I've encountered by and large, they're more suggestive, like, well, you might want to try this. Well, you might want to try that. Like, it's a very soft, like it's a gentle nudging towards things versus you must do this. It's
Most
really
of those
interesting.
guys are like that, even outside of Christianity. In Tibetan Buddhism, I found the same thing. It's very soft, gentle. Try this, try that. You might. It's, they don't push.
Exactly.
No, it's the laity that push harder out of ignorance. I think it's the practitioners.
No, that's true. Yeah,
the practitioners are gentle more often than not. Yeah. Maybe not with each other. I don't know how they play with each other, but with just the average person, they're usually real light. So I didn't mean to distract you from the topic at hand, but it does seem relevant if you think that somehow an individual marriage, or marriage between two individuals, is cosmic, and that and in some way really extends beyond our lifetimes into all eternity. That's interesting. It could inform how you view marriage, I suppose.
It definitely informs how you view divorce.
Well, yeah, but the problem is,
how
do you cope with Jesus on that? Because Jesus talks about, when the whole story of the hypocrites who bring a challenge before Jesus, and they say, a guy was married, and seven brothers, right? And Jesus just tells them, you don't understand what you're talking about, and gives us a little glimpse of what eternity is, and it seems that's for on the affirming side. That's a commonly referenced passage. Right. Do I need to quote it, or are we good? Everybody knows.
No, you don't need to quote it. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about where like just had 7 different husbands, and like it's like which one, whose husband, who does
look
she
it up,
belong
guys,
to
in the
world?
chat. Yeah,
they're neither married nor given. It's like I know, I've thought about it.
Yeah, everybody here knows that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. So
so it seems to me that sure. So if you're that I'm going to call it the Mormon view just for shorthand.
But then but on the counterpoint, we also have the Song of Songs, which uses a heterosexual union as a symbol of the highest mystery. So it's not. It's actually so the scripture actually talks about this in different ways, which is why, by the way, Mark, which is why I gave you my position as a tentative one.
Gotcha.
Right? I didn't say I'm 100% convinced. It's just like what I am convinced of is that gender is actually something that is very real, that it has an ontology, and that it's a cosmic ontology. That's what I'm more certain of.
And yet it seems to be so heavily influenced by hormones and things that happen in the womb, and it's a very physical, biologically informed process.
Well, because as above, so below.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be what my expectation.
Yeah, but the problem is the as above is highly speculative. As below is we can actually inform ourselves through the scientific process, right? See up here, in a speculative realm, this is where we get into problems and division. At the very basic level, it's kind of like, well, there's no.
Well, I think from
you can't forget.
From
certain facts.
I mean, I'm not that I don't have much interest in it, but from a bare bones materialist standpoint, like the binary distinction of gender is pretty indisputably true.
Well, and as a nuance thing, I wouldn't use the word gender. I would use the word sex. My priest, because I think this gender thing and how we describe that is fairly modern. Yeah. And you're making the kind of born that way argument. I understand that, Mark, right? And I.
It's a factor. It's a factor in this.
Lewis in the Space Trilogy very specifically talks about gender as divorced from sex, because the angelic beings he's talking about as being connected to cosmic gender do not have biological sex.
No, and I think again, here's the nuance of it, right? Like,
and yet the angel that represents the planet Mars is definitively masculine in character, and the angel that represents the planet Venus is definitively feminine in character, even though neither has a biological sex.
But we're talking about human beings that were made male and female, and then some variation of that. And the other thing about the gender thing, which I agree with you, Mark, one of the things is also nurture, society, peer pressure, and so on and so forth. We're seeing a spike now that has never happened. We're seeing this spike in all these different gender categories, and young people in a very, I don't know what puberty was like for you guys, but it was stinking hard and confusing.
This is actually a false statement, because when C.S. Lewis was writing the Space Trilogy, in mid-century. So that wasn't 10 minutes ago. That was mid-century. And Lewis understood the distinction between biological sex and gender, and knew that gender was something that was a higher principle.
But you're also using
sex,
right? But so we're talking about this is why I think this is perfect, because I think it's important, right? Because I'm showing my cards, right, of where I would see that, which is let's have that conversation. And comparing human beings to angels, I think, is a category. If we were debating back and forth, I'd be arguing about a category error and kind of where we are with respect to that. And I'm open to some of this conversation.
Well, but the angelic and the human are connected.
Connected, but not the same.
No, they're not the same.
Yeah.
But there's a connection between the angelic and the angelic world and our world. A deep connection.
And understand what I'm doing here, Nate, is trying to tease this out. I'm not trying to oppose you or you know, know what I mean?
Can I try something really quick and first say hello, Mr. Satori?
Hello.
How are you? Backing out a little bit, because I think of John 3, this world is condemned already. Right? He doesn't come to condemn the world, it's condemned already. And and yet we're called, if you take Genesis seriously, the early chapters, we're called to be gardeners. And it dawned on me while I was walking my dog and you gentlemen were talking, and it's like, yeah, we're called, we garden in dirt. And in this condemned world, you could just say this mess we are in, we're called we garden in it. This is what we work with. And I don't know if the higher or the highest is love, and what we're trying to do is bring love and grow love within this space, which could be a kind of garden, but the garden's a mess, and we're bringing love into the mess and cultivating that. So that informs my view on basically all of this. Now, the metaphor, I don't know if the metaphor works for anybody. It may not resonate. It struck me as something maybe I'll play with some more, but I liked it on face value, but it may not hold up. But rather than try to inform marriage from an idealistic point of view, inform it from our mission as the body of Christ in a condemned world, to bring love and minister to the broken-hearted. Thoughts?
Oh, well, I don't know. Like the whole, to me, it's interesting because the Bible uses the term world in multiple senses.
Cosmos, right? Specifically in John 3.
Right, but in the Bible there is to really oversimplify it, you have world that is used in a positive sense, and you have world that is used in a negative sense, right? So you have positive world, negative world. And so it is the world that is condemned is the negative world. That would be I think Tom Berg's idea of the closed world of the serpent is a really good way of thinking about it. It's condemned because it's a false world. That's why it's condemned.
It's condemned itself. Yeah.
Right, because it's a false world built on false principles that is full of false incarnations.
Mm-hmm.
And the world in the positive sense is the world that is in the process of being born through the incarnation, and through the repetition and reiteration of the incarnation that happens through the rites of the church and the body of the church. Does that seem? Because I don't want it, because I want to make it important, because ultimately it's like ultimately the world, even the false world that's full of all those false incarnations, what is destroyed and what is condemned are all the false incarnations. And what happens is a transformation. So there is a destruction, but it is only a destruction of all of the false incarnations. So the only thing you're left with is.
But how do people get transformed unless we get out of the way?
They have to let go of
present
their
Christ and let them get them.
Yeah,
get
they
them
have to
to
let
God.
go of their. They have to let go of their false incarnations and allow.
As do we. As ministers, right? As ministers of the word.
That's we're all called to give.
Exactly. It's a
right.
We're all letting it go. I mean, we're working out our stuff while we're helping others.
Well, and Paul makes it explicit, like he talks about. I grabbed onto this early on in this conversation when he was talking about.
I miss you, Sherry. I miss you, Sherry.
And she's going to be an important voice in this. Like he's like, don't worry about what the world's doing, guys. Like they don't have Christ. Like let them. Like don't worry about that. Let's keep our eyes on our own paper, right? And so for those of us in this union and communion with one another, yes, we're going to fight for the highest possible good in each other, right? And we're going to hold each other. We're going to bear each other's burdens, all the good stuff, but we're also going to hold each other into account. And so I think when we think about that, Mark, so this has been my problem with what would be.
Can you put a pin in that point, though? Don't forget that point, because I want to address it. So finish your thought.
No. So I think one of the problems we have here is once you've come into the mystery and you know Christ and like all these things that we want to like project out or whatever, I personally think that we need to be very careful at the personal level. Our light needs to shine. Our life transformed life needs to be shined. The Eucharistic living, like that thing needs to shine out, because what will happen is like, I want some of what you have. So I'm going to then come and ask you for it. I think most evangelism is slow. I think most evangelism is staying in step with the Spirit when that person is ready. Now, the life that I might, like, I think Christ did this all the time. Like everyone says that he hung out with prostitutes and tax collectors or whatever, but he also told them to repent, right? Like even the adulterous woman, what I loved in that story is he first removed the condemnation, and then she said, "Oh, you're Lord," and then he tells her, "Now go sin no more."
You're killing it, Nance. You're making so many good points. Yes.
So that's
okay. But can I go back really quick to your first, the kind of, I think I see two big points here. The first one was how we reach for the highest in ourselves and others. It's important that as we do that we not be ministering from our own pain and our own suffering, which is what I see a great deal of. I really think if you want to see a good example of it, I would happily talk to Grizz about it in person if he can, if he would like. But I think look at his last stream on the subject. I think I may have triggered him somewhat, so he went rather in depth, and I think some of his positions are being expressed out of his own struggles and suffering, rather than I say go back and watch it, because you see a lot of the reactions in the audience, and I call it an audience over there because I think it becomes a little bit of a Roman circus. I love Grizz, but I think some of his statements border on abuse, but I don't think his abuse is maliciously intended. I think it comes out of some hurt that needs to be addressed. Card on the table. Regarding your last point, I knew I was going to do that. I should have written it down. Recapsulate what you said, that because it was so good. You're talking about the woman at the well, the woman caught in sin.
He first removed her condemnation, then she recognized that he was Lord,
Yes.
and then he says, "Go sin no more." He always tells us to go sin no more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But we have to imagine the situation back to divorce again, because it's a perfect point with divorce and remarriage. How do you go and sin no more when Jesus says that a man who divorces his wife and she remarries causes her to commit adultery? Whoa. In other words, what he's saying is, this is the thing, you can take this in a really dark way and find yourself, how do I wash myself of that sin? Or you can take it as he's saying, you people have made you've made so much trouble for yourselves, you can't possibly unwind all this mess. You need God. And you need the power of God and love to move forward. And Paul, of course, very practically, is always practical with him, right? He's working at these highest realms, right? He's telling them, I'd love to get you out of the milk and into the meat, right? I'm always trying to move you up. But while we're getting there, we're gonna deal with these individual practical problems. You know, you find yourself married to an unbeliever. Well, stick with the unbeliever if you possibly can, right? I mean, he's so nitty gritty, and Jesus is woo. I mean, when Jesus comes in, that's Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount. People go, "Oh, it's so warm and fuzzy." It's the Sermon on the Mount. It's like getting clubbed, man. It's
Are you
like
kidding me? Exactly. Jesus says, Jesus like takes everything to the next level.
I am unclean.
Jesus.
I am unclean.
Don't
Don't look at me. God bless you guys. All right, let's hear from Jedediah, Michael, everybody else.
Mark, I'm not quite following. Like, what was the thing that what was it that Grimm said
That
on his thing?
I think when we going back to how we talk to people, how we talk about this subject, it's abusive. This thing, like, there's Grimm is in the chat. He talks about enmity for the womb. Everyone I know, left or right, loves their children, and they want to have more children if they possibly can and could afford it. There's no enmity. I live in. I travel some very progressive. I'm in Southern California, with a lot of far left people around my space, and there is no enmity for the womb. That's just a nasty way of phrasing it. Right. Go ahead.
But okay, in Grimm's defense, let's look at Grimm's world. Okay, so Grimm is a hyper online individual, and he lives in Oklahoma. So the only progressivism he knows is what he comes in contact with online. And I would say that in a lot of the online spaces that he lurks in and runs around, that is an accurate representation of what he sees.
It's not just online.
Is it reflective of like the actual people who live in my rather progressive community here in Washington State? No, it's not.
And Nate, I'd put a point. It's not that we
close.
just see it online. It's trickled down, and it's affecting us in our public spheres and everything else. It's not. So if you're sending kids to certain schools right now, there's interesting things that are happening. People have lost jobs around certain things and viewpoints and so on and so forth. So it's not just an online.
Certain organizations have definitely been unduly influenced by people that have a particularly like very ideologically slanted view of reality, for sure. I work in state government, so I can't deny that that's true.
And try and bake a cake, and now you're getting sued, right? I mean, there's real world consequences that have kind of played its way out. And I think One of the things I want to point out, and I want to jump off because people have heard enough from me. For you folks who want to see
you've been making excellent points, Lance. So.
And I think the difference is, and where I've always drawn the line on this is, the personalist at the individual level, it's love, and we're all coming in. And I love this one quote, like there's a bunch of hypocrites and sinners in your church, and you're full. I won't go to your church. You're full of hypocrites and sinners. It's like, no, we still have room for plenty more, because we all are, right? And I think that the difference is between the personalist move, and then when you have a body and it just has to come around an institution, that's just a different level, right? There's a different responsibility and a different level. And I think getting those things built out are good. I will drop off, though, because I've said a lot about this over the past few days. Mark, Jedediah is also someone who
we've talked.
Thinks we need to take a more, he has a more affirming stance. And so Jedediah is another voice in this corner who unabashedly continues to tease that out and bring that forward. So when people say we don't have enough people that talk about this, we have Nate, we have Jedediah, we've got you. There are a lot of people who will tease the opposition on this in this corner. And I think it's good.
Well, I'm feeling a little feisty today. I can be a little bit more than a tease on this one.
I knew you would be, Jed. So come on in.
Oh, you're feeling feisty.
But I don't want to steal. Michael was in here first, so Michael, feel free.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Michael yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Oh, here. This is a Grail Country.
It's a Grail Country endorsed book. Yes.
Yeah. So I just started reading this, and I am not too far in, but just even from the first chapter, it's another one of these things which seems to happen where I figure something out on my own, and then I read a book, and then the person just confirms what I'm thinking. And of course, Michael Martin, he's when he's talking about this thing of like Sophia in exile, and like, where has this divine feminine gone? And I had been writing and thinking about it, in the sense of liberty, like Lady Liberty. And, I think, which I would say in many ways is like supposed to be the I don't know, whatever how you want to call it, not like to say it in a negative term, but like that should be our national spirit. And I think, the poem, the new Colossus, bring me your weak and wretched and all those things, like that is what was supposed to be like the spirit of our nation, and was the best thing about our nation. And it's like, well, where did that go? And so then I started looking at things, and like, so it's very interesting because the Roman goddess Libertas does not have like a lot of mythological story around her. But she comes into prominence after Rome turns from a monarchy into a republic. And it basically, she emerges because the environment has now become acceptable for her to come into place. And so I want to say here, okay, so there's a big contrast here, because you have Libertas, which is a feminine, Arenic goddess who is about like, this is the patron saint or whatever of the freed slaves, But then you contrast Libertas, the feminine, with there's another Roman god, Liber, who is the masculine god of liberty, I guess you could say. But he's like a Dionysius type god. He's like a wine god, and basically he is totally free in his action, and he basically, he's a party animal essentially. And I think the problem is that we in America have really confused our categories of Liber and Libertas, because Libertas wants freedom not for herself, but for her children, for the slaves, for the weak. And here's the real problem, is that we want to say, I think we make a real category distinction when we start putting a group of people in here who are ultimately defined more so by their insistence on freedom of behavior, because, and it's not just to say like the same-sex affirming people or whatever, or same-sex attracted people or any of that. We do this in all areas. Like, it's this when we mistake the liberty of that our country was founded on as my right to do whatever I please. We really warp things, because it's about, you could do it, like, and even that's like, when Paul talks about all things being permissible, like I think that there is a way in which, like, we don't understand how much freedom we really do have, like, in Christ, but it's the willing subversion of our freedom for the sake of those that we love. And and I think we've really gotten that kind of categorically mistaken. And what we end up doing is, because sin is not a subtle thing, or it's not something to be minimized. And I think that's what we do. We make it no big deal. We excuse it. It should be forgiven, but forgiveness takes the full weight of like what it does. So like you took the example of somebody who's divorces their wife and they've committed adultery or whatever. The way out of that is just to face up to that, to say what I did was wrong. Now that I've made an adulteress out of my wife, my divorce is legitimate, but it doesn't mean I got away with anything because I've committed a serious sin. So it's, because the Bible's, it's interesting because people don't talk about that. The rule in the Old Testament was you couldn't go back to your first wife. If you got divorced, that was one thing. You couldn't go back to your first wife. And there's just, it's just kind of a cheap grace thing that to reduce these things instead of facing them in the full weight of the harm that they do and the destructive nature of these things, and then forgiving, which is harder. But that's kind of where I think we're at on a lot of these issues.
Right. Well, yeah, I think that, Michael, that's good, and that it brings to the point that, like, so here's the thing that I think that we don't talk about enough. I think is that there are destructive sexual behaviors that like cut across sexual orientations, right? So it's like there are destructive heterosexual sexual behaviors just as much as there are destructive patterns of homosexual behavior. So there are, in fact, patterns of sexual behavior that are bad for us. And so we can't, like, not all patterns of sexual behavior are good. Where it gets complicated is in the job of like the discernment of like, okay, well, are only the most traditional categories that represent the highest possible good in any sense, or are there other, or can other forms of sexual expression also end up having some good to them? That's the fundamental question that we mostly evade. And if we could try to address that, I think that would be a good thing. And I'm not going to pretend to have any answers here, but I'm interested in at least looking at the question because I think it's important.
And I think that's such a great point, Nate, which is like our sexual life is called actually a holy sexual life, right? Like actually, if we take it to its highest order. And one of the things Nate and I agree on at a fundamental level, we were created to create.
And Lance, this is it. Yeah. And the call is that this is it. This is the challenge. I think the fundamental challenge is that the sexual life we were called into, where our sexual impulse does not treat the other person as an object for our gratification.
100%.
That's so now, and what I am not willing to say what I'm not willing to say, because I just can't. There's no way I can say there, because I can't say this with certainty. I cannot say with certainty that this is only possible in a heterosexual relationship.
Right.
Because I don't know that with certainty.
Well, but I would say, like, so I think, so if we're created to create, and that's why, and I think what's fair, the critique of Christians in general is that we've lost, really the purpose of marriage is procreation. We see that right at the very beginning. And so that's why when you think about the man and a woman and that highest ultimate kind of purpose, and then like there is this sense of this kind of Christian hedonism, like once you're married, go at it, just do whatever you go nuts, like you're married now. So, and that's your whole liberty, right, to do whatever, or so on and so forth, versus the holiness of which that union, that one flesh comes together to create life, right? We've lost the high ground as Christians. And I think it's the critique I think is so fair. Look at what you guys have done around divorce. Look at how you've allowed, like you've pointed to your own sexual lives as like, hey, once you're married, everything's game, go nuts, whatever. It's like, oh no.
But I don't think that's actually true though, because even within a heterosexual marriage that is completely within the bounds of what's normal and accepted within the church, not every single sexual act within a marriage is always going to be oriented properly.
100%. Yes. Yeah. Like it's the highest. So the point is, once we compromised in the church for all these different things, again, I go back to point out. So in Protestant world, there was a, not my fault, biblical excuse for the divorce that I underwent. And I didn't seek the divorce. Right. So from a Protestant perspective, they're like, okay, we can go to the Bible. This thing clearly it's cleared. So I was allowed to be able to be a pastor there. Now in the Orthodox Church, there's no gray line about that. It's like, you're divorced and you got remarried. You can't accede to priests, deacons, these other sorts of things. And I'm totally cool with that. Like, I'm really glad they have that kind of parameters around that. And I'm fully willing to submit into that, because I'm like, okay, you have this very clear ideal that you're holding everybody to. And I don't have I don't have that. And like, so that would be a situation. And the Orthodox Church isn't perfect. Don't let me say that. But I do think that the critique that progressives would make against Christianity in general, that is compromised at so many levels around marriage and sexuality within even the male-female dynamic, has eroded it to such a level that if you want to critique us from the outside, I think those critiques become really fair.
Well, I think that my problem with where a lot of this is it ends up being gnat straining over what's most, and I realize that sounds like very reductive. So I get it.
Gnat straining.
I'm a little spicy on this subject, because I think that like what ends up happening is we're making a huge issue out of basically how somebody prosecutes their sexual life, right? How you go about who you are as a person. We make a huge deal about that in a way that I think has fundamentally impaired our ability to point people meaningfully to the gospel, because we've taken an exterior and made it an interior issue, and an issue that honestly the fate of the church now hinges upon in the rhetoric of a lot of people. And I think that there's some fundamental misunderstandings as far as like what the nature of, and I think Tom Holland's book brings this to light, as far as like even the notion of homosexuality and these kinds of things can really only arise the way that they have in our culture within a Christian context. Agreed.
Right.
That's
that compromising that I've seen.
And so I think we should be really paying attention.
You might want to unpack that a little bit. I'm pretty sure I can follow the line of reasoning that gets there, but you might want to lay that out for people that are just like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, that's fair, because I've heard you make this argument before, so I know what you're.
Yeah, I know where you're going, because like you're talking about like homosexuality as like as an identity is only possible. I've heard people say in a capitalist culture. I've heard it say, I don't know if I've ever heard that like specifically tied to Christianity, but because you brought in Tom Holland, I can see what the steps are to to get that way, because we got our capitalist society ultimately from Christendom.
Yeah, I think his is probably like, there's an interesting capitalist critique to the idea of sexual identity as well. But that I don't think is Holland's specifically. I think his idea is that, as we kind of get into the early modern era, Christians are becoming to be more open with where they're at sexually. Kind of, it just is happening. And so psychologists are beginning. So I think it was the first one of the major, it wasn't Freud, but somebody that was kind of a contemporary had written a large treatise on homosexuality and what he had noticed. And what he noticed is that, while they, the people who, the homosexuals who are coming to him are essentially, displaying like some senses of deviant behavior. Like, yes, this is a deviation from the norm, but they have that within a complex of desires that are fundamentally harmonious with what most social desires are in general. So a lot of these people want to fall in love, just happen to want to fall in love with somebody of the same sex, and so would have like, so anyway, what Holland is saying is that essentially Christian sin has become saturated with Christian notions of holiness by the time we get to gay marriage. Right. So it says, yeah, the tradition clearly teaches that it's a sin, but all of a sudden it has entered into a whole new Christian understanding of what this thing is being transformed solely and strictly within a Western Christian framework based on Western Christian principles. I think it's an important argument to pay attention to, but I would pull it back a little bit further and just say that I think when we're looking at this question from even a biblical level, like where most of the prohibitions in Scripture come for any kind of non-heterosexual behavior is in the book of Leviticus, and specifically the holiness code, right? So that would be something worth keeping in mind. And I would ask the question, when we see in Acts chapter 10, the lowering of the animals in Peter's vision in Joppa, if the kosher laws being abrogated within the holiness code, that's what was happening there. I just tend to think that we're looking at the holiness code, and the concept of pure and impure has been completed and completely re-altered in Christ, to where we no longer need to approach people on the basis of their purity or impurity with respect to cultic and ritual purity. And now we must approach them simply as the people that they are. And it filters into Nate's point, is like, look, there is going to be a range of behaviors in any of these little nooks and crannies of sexuality that can be healthy or that can be unhealthy, right? So is the gay man who is married and has a family and lives in the suburbs, is he the same threat to the church or to society that the guy who's, trolling, 20 different partners in a month down at the bars?
I think it's more. This is a different argument that I've had, but and honestly, because here's the thing: these sins are not a big deal. Well, actually, they're an ultimate big deal in the sense of the way that sin separates us from God, but they are completely no different than any other sin in God's ability to forgive them, and what Christ does, through the cross.
Mm-hmm.
So like the grace is there, and like it's been, I've had the experience to be able to tell someone, can God forgive me for the homosexual acts that I did? And I said, yes, absolutely. And to let them know, but that kind of had required them viewing it as a sin. But
yeah, and that's where like most people, like, I mean, I get
here's my thing. But, because I think like when because my problem is like there's like a Christians that are okay or more okay, like, or we and not like with the conservative the gay conservatives or something like that, like people like Douglas Murray and Spencer Clavin, and not to say like they aren't phenomenal people. In many ways they are way better people than I am. And which is kind of the problem, is that when we do this thing of like, what if we have a gay couple that is just perfect in every way? Well, it's that perfect in every way part that's the problem, because it's like because essentially what they're doing is they're saying like, because I am like, we feel obliged to give them a pass on that. And I'm not saying like we need to be condemning them or whatever, but I can't live if the requirements for being like a conservative gay person accepted in like the conservative community, and this is different from the Christian thing, is like you have to really have your act together. You know, you can't ever get caught doing something sketchy, or you know, you'll get canceled from the right, you know.
Like
and
Milo.
It's like I can't live up to that standard. So like my life is messy, so I need grace. So I almost can't really support this thing that just says, look, they're doing everything to the perfect level of how you're supposed to live your life, except for this one thing that's different. Like, it's like, where do they have any sins that they can admit to or whatever? I guess, you know.
I get you. I get what you're saying there, but I don't think that there's anything like, first of all, I don't grant that like some genetic sense of like that there's something inherently sinful about homosexual behavior, period. I don't think that it's inherently sinful, just to get my cards on the table. I don't think it's sinful.
Well, that's the question I was trying to ask.
I don't think it
is.
I think it can be.
Ask that. And
like I think it can be in a heterosexual context.
Precisely, because like, and even within the context of the marriage, which we all agreed to, it's like, it is like our sexual behavior, even when they are of the kind that are not viewed as inherently impure in accordance with purity codes, right? They can still be sinful in the way that they are directed. I think we all acknowledge that. Okay. So then we really can't, then we need to seriously, just like without evading it, we have to address this question head on, is like, are homosexual acts inherently sinful or not? And I think that because of what Jeb was bringing up earlier about how like homosexuality as an identity, the way that we have it in our culture today, just was not a thing. Like the Bible has nothing to say about that because it didn't exist. It didn't exist. The things that the Bible are talking about were about within a culture that had no notion of such a thing as homosexual identity, that was condemning heterosexual acts that were being committed by married men and married women.
Well, let's just put that. That's a fairly disputable point, Nate. But Jedediah, see, I think this is the heart of it, right? So, Nate, you mentioned you and Jacob have a fundamental.
Wait a minute. No, Lance. Like I understand people dispute about it, but I don't think the contention that it is something like that is not even within the thought pattern of the ancient world is pretty indisputable.
Well, so I think that the dispute would be there, but I think this is the fundamental point, which I think is really interesting, which is you made the comment earlier. I thought it was really profound. Like you were like, you and Jacob come from such a different worldview and how you build that up. Like there's really not a debate to be had because you both are smart enough to see it, right?
Although he says that power is not the only fundamental ordering principle.
Right. And so this is really what.
So maybe it's not. Maybe there is some space there that I didn't see before. We'll have to talk about that.
So as a body, I do think that, and Aaron Vriesman and Paul Vanderklay's conversation with him, as he just pointed it out, listen, either we're so wrong on this, like this, we're awful, or the other side.
It's not an exegesis. It's not an exegesis. It's a denial of the possibility of an exegesis, because the categories that we're dealing with did not exist for the writers of the Bible.
And I understand that you're. So I just wanted to note that there's a side on the other side. So that's the real question, Jedediah, which is that's why my position, and people pushed back on me on this to a certain extent, is like, guys, quit trying to call the affirming CRCs into repentance. Like they totally believe where they've built up how they've built it up.
Yeah, it's not as if it's an unpremised and an unprincipled position.
But these two things are oil and water. That so within one body you can't exist. And so
the question is not like, I mean, because like Michael and I, like I guarantee I want to respect you, Michael. I just know you and I are not going to agree on this issue. Right?
Exactly.
And, well, and I know. And so my question is not like, hey, how can I convince you? Because I do have a lot of like not just like, oh, this feels right kind of reasons. There's some rigor to where I stand with respect to the position. My question is not, how do I convince you guys that I'm right? That's not going to happen. I don't care. Like,
I would say no, because I understand that there are stronger arguments and stuff, and that some people are genuinely convinced of them, and I don't really have a problem with that. I kind of feel like we need to have a sort of ecumenism where hopefully everybody in your city knows where the affirming church is, and if you have the person who does not want to deal with, who wants Christ but does not want to deal with that issue of their life or whatever, then they can go there and they will hear.
Michael, and that's perfect. Honestly, I think you're honestly on the right track. It's just, look, when as Christian communities, you're probably, if this becomes an issue in your Christian community, it is probably going to split over this issue. It just probably will.
Yeah. So put a point on that, Jedediah. Don't you think that's in the best for both of them? Because I think
there's such a room for as an amicable divorce. Like, it's not ideal. It's not the best circumstance, but like, I mean, I've gone through a divorce. I have a good relationship with my ex-wife for the sake of my kids, right? It's not an acrimonious, horrible relationship. We cooperate. We make sure that we do what is important for our children. And it's like you can do the same thing across lines of I think it's wrong for progressives, from where I sit. I think it's wrong when we try to browbeat the conservatives into our position and then just come along with us and understand that the traditional position is rooted in a tradition for a reason, and I respect it. I really do. But I just think that the tradition honestly is wrong on this issue. I honestly believe that.
And PDK made the point when he was trying to talk to yesterday. He's like, he tried to warn the affirmers, don't force their hand, right? Don't go out and make them make this an issue, because he had so much liberty prior to the forcing of the hand on the issue that he liked the liberty down at his level, because then he could deal with people as individuals, right? And then he's a moderate and a lefty. He himself was a subscribed lefty, and in the vote, clearly there were many lefty moderates that voted with, and Paul would have been the same way. As a church, I don't see this deep lurch. And so I just think that's important. And my whole opinion has been, and this is where my humility comes in, Nate, on this, which is in the same way where in Acts, when they said, well, we'll let this go. If it's going to stay, it's going to stay. If not, it's going to fall away. I do think that ultimately, and I know I get a lot of pushback from some of my Christian brothers and sisters, but I'm like, let the affirming churches go and be affirming churches. And in the end, it will work its way out.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to
whatever. I think it's interesting with me having the position that I do. I'm a little bit less inclined to think that that's a good option.
Well, I mean,
I think it's just ultimately just like a kicking in the can. But maybe we're in a position where all that we can do is kick the can down the road. But I think both sides are wrong, and that there's actually a position that is properly Christian that is somewhere in the middle between the extremes of the affirming and traditional camp.
Well,
it has to do with this idea of like, yeah, you're not married and you can never have a marriage, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a meaningful relationship that we can bless in some way.
Yeah. Well, I think I want to get closer to that point, because I think especially when you're trying to make it be the thing of the line of like, is it a sin or whatever? So the other book I wanted to bring up, so this one here, this is a really great one I read from John Van Donk's recommendation. And it's really great because I do have a big problem with how we have such a tribalistic thing and such a polar split on all these issues, and like masculinity and femininity is like a big one, which I think is like, because we're all made in the image of God, male and female. We all have a mother and a father. We inherit masculinity from our fathers and femininity from our mothers, but our father inherited femininity from his mother, and your mother inherited some masculinity from her father. So like and that's even like what I think what Peterson's saying, like, if you look at the bell curves, like the broad middle is overlap between like male and female, but we have got this thing where like our masculinity is so broken, like and like we don't know how to have good, healthy, affectionate relationships with people of the same sex, maybe as like either from like mentors, like or from peers. And so then it's like, okay, because if you're saying like is homosexual like acts a sin, like if you take it outside of the Christian environment, it's probably even like, oh, you hugged a dude. Like, is hugging a dude a sexual act? It's like, like, because we don't, or whatever, like, is holding hands like some, because that's the thing in culture where some men hold hands when they walk down the street. If you do that in America, everybody will assume you're gay. So it's like I would say if you're going to put a line of like where I think putting the line is the wrong thing. I mean, on the other hand, the other thing I wanted to say is that I think, and even like Preston Sprinkle, he's not affirming, but he's always reaching out to these people. But what he's saying is like, look, the Bible has a very clear definition of what marriage is. It's the relationship between a man and a woman. And I would say even as far as sex, it has a category of like sex and sexual immorality. And sex is sex between a man and a woman. And you can also, yes, that can also be sexually immoral sometimes. But you could even say like, I don't think you can lose your virginity to somebody of the same sex. Like, as far as like what that, means, like what it means to be a virgin and what it means to have sex and to be married. And I think that the marriage imagery of the Bible kind of like is so thorough and throughout that it doesn't make sense to me to have this thing be a category or whatever.
I don't know, but is it possible for someone who is not gay to meaningfully comment on what the telos of gay sex is?
Yes. Jacob says yes.
Jacob says yes, but I don't know. I don't see how he can. It's like you couldn't possibly know enough. What?
That is the idea of logos. That is the idea that just because we haven't experienced something doesn't mean we can't have an understanding of it, and sometimes a better understanding than the person going through it. For example, I don't think the fact that you've had cancer makes you a better doctor than an oncologist.
It doesn't make you a better doctor, but it makes you understand what the experience of having cancer is more than someone who hasn't had cancer. And we're talking about, but the thing is, like
genetic fallacy right off the gate.
Jacob, to be quite blunt,
yeah,
the sexual behavior does not operate on the layer of logos. It doesn't. Not logos in the sense that you're using it, which is too tied to logos in the sense of logic.
Nate.
Okay, you're going to have to explain what you're talking about, because the definitions are flying around here, and I don't think you're all using the same one. So just state your definition when you argue.
Just allow me for a minute.
Of course.
If somebody is an oncologist and has not ever had cancer, it is quite possible, through the fact that they've been through it with many people, to understand and studied it deeply, to understand that situation in so much better ways than somebody who's going through it. And this is one of the big things of like what trauma is, right? You can why is something traumatic? Because you go through it and you don't understand it. And that's what therapy does, is somebody who's not gone through it helps you understand it in ways. That is what insight is. That's why fiction works and it's so beautiful. Like the idea that someone can absolutely understand something better than the person who's going through it. So like I ended up having a discussion with Luke this morning in the middle of the stream. And like I was trying to explain to him, like this idea of personalism, of standpoint epistemology, that I understand what I am going through better than somebody else who's not going through it, is faulty in so many different ways. It is oftentimes people who are not going through something who understand it much better than the people who are going through it. And so,
but I question the premise there, Jacob. And so here's where I question the premise on that is, what are we talking about when you're talking about understanding?
Yeah.
Right? Because having a clinical or a diagnostician's understanding of a pathology that is cancer is one way to understand cancer. There's a second and equally impactful way to understand cancer, which is to actually have had cancer. Those experiences are not the same.
There's also empathy.
And so the understanding of those, I'm not sure,
Yes.
but I think where this gets to when we're driving to the overall point.
Empathy, yes.
So
100% empathy.
So,
yeah, so I'm not saying it's not an invalid.
Do you doubt that a nurse who has worked in an oncology ward for many, many years understands in an emotional, empathic, deep way what the people in that ward are individually going through better than any one of them?
Well, no, I don't grant that. I grant part of the point that you're driving at. I get what you're saying, but I don't think
that before we go too far in this debate, like Jacob, I think there's when Jacob says understand and you are saying understand and I am saying understand, we are not meaning the same thing. And
I think we're
which is what Sandy's point was. It's like,
I think
because it is. And Jacob's analogy makes it very clear what kind of understanding he is talking about. He is talking about the kind of like objective scientific understanding of the thing.
No.
Okay, then your analogy is terrible.
Look, have you ever been going through something to a friend who has helped you better situate yourself in your own skin than you yourself could situate yourself?
Yeah, so Jacob, what I hear you saying, and tell me if you think I've got you wrong here, is that you are in a sense saying that you're making an argument from, in a sense, expertise.
Not necessarily just expertise. And I'm wondering about his use of tell us.
But yeah, so like, I mean,
okay, can mean different aspects of the same thing. And so I think you're on the right track, though.
So yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to understand is like you're essentially saying that through maybe the accumulation, in this case, let's be very laser focused, not so much cancer. We're talking about the question of homosexuality and related identities, and what do we mean when we're talking about those as Christians, right? So what the question is, can someone have the moral expertise to make the judgment call that this is inherently sinful?
Oh, hold on. That's a whole other thing. I was not in any way talking about.
Well, that was the context of the broad discussion that we're having here is related to that topic. So I'm trying to,
because in order to make the declaration that it's inherently sinful, that you have to you have to posit that its telos is inherently disordered and that there is no good that could possibly come of it.
What?
Well, okay, so one thing I'll drop in there is, what about, like, I know hanging around Jacob and some of the other Jewish people, what about that thing of God made the good and God made evil for the good? You can't kind of make that sharp a division between the two places without acknowledging that sometimes there is good in evil. In evil situations and things.
Evil has
Sorry.
evil has no ontology, and Jews are just wrong about that. I won't ever agree with them.
but like, that is like, you're making a concept of sin. Like, I don't judge sin. I don't get to decide what is sin. That's not my place. Who am I to say?
I agree.
True.
Okay.
And expertise and understanding.
Like, my experience is like disqualifies me to say what is sin. Like, I don't
know if it's your experience, but you're.
So I'm sorry, I didn't catch up with the. I was trying to catch up with the thing and look.
Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah.
I may have misread
Okay.
where. Sometimes it's tough to follow.
I've got about 15 minutes till lunch at my writing retreat, so I'm going to say something here for a second.
Please do.
Understanding and expertise. Okay, Jacob's really good at analogies, but sometimes I disagree with him because of life experience, and he keeps saying to me, everything's not always about your life, Sandy. But when I'm listening to this particular argument here, there is one thing that when my oldest was 4 months old. The expert in the medical profession, who I posed a question to, called me a neurotic first-time mother whose child needed surgery. And had he been on call when he was born at the hospital, I would also not be going down to sick kids for expert advice on whether or not he simply had a misshapen head or had other things going on, a la pediatrician's opinion. The question I took to him that got that sharper reaction from him was, it wasn't even a question. I went into the office the day for his next checkup, and I said to him, excuse me, my mother-in-law says that my son is deaf. How do I get a hearing test? He clapped hard behind his head, said, see, he jumps. You are a neurotic first-time mother, and etc. Now, my mother-in-law grew up in Holland with a deaf girl, raised 12 children. I did not have the medical training of the expert who gets 10 minutes out of a 4-year medical degree on deafness, according to people in the field. But she did have a number of years of school experience with the deaf person and a lifetime, 30 somewhat. By the time I married her son, she had, oh my gosh, I've had children in school for 39 years. What do I do now? And she said to me at 4 months old, your son is deaf. At 1.5 years, when I took him to sick kids, being a very naive first-time mother, and said, my doctor won't let me have a hearing test for him. Am I allowed to ask you? They're like, oh my gosh, you could have asked us last year. Of course you can have a hearing test for him. And yeah, he's deaf. And yes, she was right. And the doctor was just rude. And in that place, when I listen to this particular context of argument, there can be elements of truth in every single story you guys are sharing. But when Jacob says, it is not my place to judge someone else's sin, yeah, I'm not God. God is the expert on sin in that case. I can tell you what certain things say, I can tell you what happens, but I'm going to look like the neurotic first-time mother coming to the doctor who should know better than to do what he did. The whole conversation has to be different and not just arguing on what should be. The doctor should have been able to say, of course, we'll get you a hearing test, even if he didn't believe me. But sometimes people have a point to make. And instead of doing what they should do, they make a point. You guys are all bright. I'd love to hear the next 10 minutes.
Well, that's good, because I've come here to bring it back to the telos
Oh my
of gay
gosh,
sex.
the police are here.
Thank you, Grizz, for bringing up your quote in the chat, because that's I think it's on point, because I think heterosexuals are more obsessed about gay sex than gay people are.
I think so.
That's my experience because I think with what we're
My
talking
point, that
about.
has nothing to do with my
Go
point.
ahead, run with that.
My point is that Nate said, only somebody who's been experienced their prostate being tickled by a penis can understand the telos of gay sex. And then Jacob came in and said, gay sex is kind of like cancer. And you can study it and understand what's going on without really knowing, without feeling it for yourself. And you might understand it better than people feeling it for themselves because they were noobs and they didn't know what they were doing. And then
Well, you can have your prostate
triggered.
tickled heterosexually as well. Just so you know, it is possible.
Say that one more time. I was talking. I didn't hear you.
Your prostate can get tickled via a woman.
Oh,
You don't need a man to do that tickling.
album cover.
You can even tickle yourself, Grizz. You know, there's the internet to educate you about a whole world of tickling out there.
I'm pretty sure that he knows about that.
See, the problem is there's third grade.
And actually,
education.
no, I didn't mean the actual act of prostate tickling, as you so
Is
as
that
you
what we're
put it,
talking
because
about?
in your typically blunt fashion, Grim. I was saying that.
Should this be the TLC
someone who doesn't
late
have
night
homosexual
edition?
relationships, someone who doesn't have homosexual relationships and does not and doesn't have a homosexual orientation can't possibly speculate as to what the telos of those relationships or that orientation is, because they have no idea.
I, sir, have a very powerful imagination and can speculate on anything.
I am.
You are our Ezra Pound, sir. You are absolutely our poet emeritus.
However,
I am only going to say this once. Every single man I have ever had sex with has been gay, and they've told me the exact same thing. You can understand experiences that you have not personally had.
you can, and you can understand the telos of them, especially if you're familiar with demons. Oh, what do you know? The casino card is the Joker. I'll see you guys. Oh, wait. There was one more thing. You guys are operating under the presumption that there's no such thing as sex magic. And there might be things that happen. There might be things of a telotic nature that happen along those lines in non-traditional and traditional forms of sex that can be considered sex magic. Don't forget.
Before you leave, sir.
Yeah, you're right, Graham.
See,
I don't
keeps
dispute
running.
that that's a thing.
Grizz can have tremendous insights. Grizz can have tremendous insights, and I think he's a natural poet. But I wish on certain subjects that are important to the welfare of others, that he would sometimes step aside from that role and be willing to engage in clear, straightforward thought and dialogue.
Well, I think he was very clear and straightforward. Let's not pretend.
Sex magic? God, are you kidding me?
Let's not pretend that he didn't say what he just said. What he is saying, in no uncertain terms, is that gay sex is oriented toward dark sex magic. That is what his claim is.
What is it? What is sex magic?
And this is not a new thing for Grimm to be saying. He really does believe that the world is controlled by cabals of people that have orientations toward dark perversity that are trying to manipulate culture in accordance with their dark perverse aims. He has that's Grimm's worldview. He's a very dark worldview. And there's a layer of, and here's the thing, he's not entirely wrong. there's a layer at which what he's saying is true. It's just not quite as comprehensive an explanation for everything that Grimm thinks it is.
If your eye is dark, your whole body will be dark, and that's the problem. If your worldview, if you fill your worldview full of demons and magic, wait a second, Nate. This is fundamental. If you again, it goes to the teachings of Christ, and Phlebas needs to get back to that too. If you see, you will manifest what you see in others. It's not what they are, it's what is in you that you then project onto them. What they are is a child of God. Whether they know it or not, that's what they are. You see them as a child of God, you will begin to have relationship as who they are. But if you project upon them demon possession, their dark magic, witchcraft, all this stuff,
this is cutting in.
You are defeating yourself, because this is all stuff that is coming out of you. Your eye is dark, your whole body becomes darkness. This is the warning of Jesus. I'm sorry, I will bring down the volume. I'll take a breath.
Mark, it's Grimm.
Hey.
Grimm.
I have 2 minutes. I got to go downstairs seriously for lunch in a minute. But the eye is dark thing. Couple of things. One, I have a family member who's very into prayer and healing ministry, and somewhat with people coming out of witchcraft, and would not disagree completely with Grizz. Two, sex is meant as an act. Sex is also meant in English as a gender. What is your sex, we used to say, instead of what is your gender. And I think somewhere between the two things is a whole lot of stuff that we don't discuss, and we get really freaked out. So the last 2 points I was going to tuck in there is, I think that you can have, gender dysregulation as a homosexual. I'm saying that because I'm listening to this. I think that a person in a male-female relationship can have gender dysregulation based on trauma, like Jacob was getting at, and based on some of your raising and experience and things you've taken in life, like Mark was getting at. I still get stuck in places from something that a grade 7 teacher gave me to read, who was super creepy. It doesn't kind of own my entire life, but neither does it completely go away. And your interactions with other people very much influence how you react to things. It's something. But so what I was going to say is 2 things that happened in my life. I remember, and also I did have a long chat with Bible study leader's wife when I was in my teens. I do art. I'm sorry. There's some awfully, and my ex said he would not disagree with this, but I said to him, you realize there's some very gorgeous pictures of naked people out there. And you get stimulated by them, either sex. And I asked my Bible study leader's teacher about that, and she basically said to me, don't worry about, because I was in art class, and she said, we all take a while to kind of form our identity and who we are. And the fact that you might react to something you're kind of going, oh my God, doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong with you. We all go through this place, which allowed me to go through life going, oh, everybody goes through stuff. We sort ourselves out eventually. And from that place, I once had a lady at one of my jobs come in looking really distressed. And she kind of pulled me to the side and she goes, I'm really sorry. I hate to say this. I just don't know what to do with it. I had this dream about you last night. Happily married, several children, a few cats. And so she told me her dream, and I went, and she's like, do you hate me? And I went, no, you've got good taste. Go on with life. Like, whatever, we make a lot of stuff that's just part of life. And now I really got to go. Sorry, it is 12:30. I will catch up with your conversation later. Battle on. Have fun.
Have a good lunch.
I will. I have no idea what it is, but it will be good. And then I go back to writing.
Yeah, I don't know how much I don't know how much battle there is with people that are left here. I actually think it seems to be actually a fairly broad agreement.
Oh no! Like I've just been sitting here, been like, I have very little idea what Sandy said. I think Mark. I'm glad to finally have a boomer here giving us boomer takes, but like Mark, just I love you. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I mean it's funny.
I've lived longer and I've seen more. Maybe from a different corner of the city.
Yeah, but this really gets back to Jonathan Haidt's experiment, where he had people from different political orientations take a test. And what he did is he had them fill out a thing according to how they believed they answered. And then he asked, how do you answer? How would somebody, and he randomly assigned them to a different political group, right? How do they answer, right? Mm-hmm. And the people who most accurately were able to answer what other people were conservatives, who were answering about what liberals, the three groups he put them in was conservative, liberal, and libertarian. And the conservatives were the best at answering according to the liberals, and the liberals were the worst at answering according to the conservatives. And that there's many explanations, but I think the best explanation for that is right now we have mainstream culture, which is consistently screaming all of the points that Mark is making. And I'm glad he's here to make them, because, yeah, we don't want to be an echo chamber, and that he represents a majority of people, actually, but he's wrong.
What have I said that I'm wrong about, Jacob, specifically?
We're all autistic, Slack. Libertarians are overwhelmingly autistic.
I would start with the idea that if you see evil, it's because there's evil within you. There's no evil external to you. If you see no evil, there is no evil.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's not what he said.
I did not say that.
That's what
I said. If that's the world you live in, look. It's also possible to have delusions, is it not?
Of course.
You can see. Okay, so you can. So seeing an evil act and calling it out, you can do that. I agree. Okay. There are such things as objectively evil acts.
Okay.
There's evil conduct, destructive conduct, hurtful conduct. Yes, I agree. I can witness that. But it's also possible for me to imagine a coven of witches. We had a social hysteria in the 80s in which there was fears of child abuse in daycare.
Yeah, satanic ritual abuse, and it was totally bullshit. It never was real.
Complete invention.
Equally, or even more likely, that you will imagine a coven of saints, which isn't true.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't understand what you're saying. Like at all.
Like I'm trying to
have a delusion that people are demonic when they're not. Can you have a delusion that people are saintly when they're not?
I didn't know. I didn't say that. I don't know. Suppose anybody can think of anything, but
what is that driving? Like, what does that mean though? Like, I don't understand where that connects to anything that we're talking about.
That's the problem I'm having.
He's pointing at the fact that you can be wrong when you think people are being evil and demonic. You can also be wrong when you think people are being angelic and cherubic. And that is
when I said I see children of God, I do not mean they're saints. I think you have a lot of children of God in prison who've done horrible things, and they need to their problem is that they need to be saved. That is the Christian. This is why we're different, Jacob.
Yeah,
I'm called to be a fisher of men with Jesus, and to collect those that we can collect into the fold for their redemption and salvation. This is what we evangelicals do. You can see it or don't see it. I don't care. That's your problem. Okay. This is what I'm about. So as part of the process is for me to see them. I think I'm going to be more successful with them than Grizz, because I will see them as they are through God's eyes, and through the Spirit of God, may they see themselves as they are and come to salvation. This is what
the
and this is evangelical project is.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand how any of this is fundamentally connected to the thing that we were trying to talk about, which is how the church should view and deal with same-sex relationships. How is this even remotely connected?
Same-sex
relationships. And Jacob, that's where I was talking about agreement, because what you said on that issue.
Same-sex sexual relationships are sin. The Bible is very clear about that. The Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible.
Okay, you just said that you're contradicting what you said earlier, which is. Oh, okay.
I don't get to decide what is sin.
So you think that a document that was written before any notion of homosexuality as orientation existed in the world has something to say about that?
I believe God wrote the Bible.
Okay, well, we'll never agree on anything. Because that's just an absurd. That's an absurd extreme position.
It is, I believe, the majority position among Orthodox Jews, certainly, and Christians.
God worked through human beings.
Yeah, but it was God.
Okay.
And it's very clear. I mean, I don't know how you think Moses got.
That means that human beings are
degrees wrong. And Paul of Tarsus got things. I mean, there's a lot of things I think Paul of Tarsus got 180 degrees wrong from God, but that's because I'm not a Christian. But if you believe that both Moses and Paul of Tarsus got something 180 degrees wrong from what God intended, then you don't believe it is God.
No, because I don't think they're talking. I don't think what they're talking about is. I don't think what they're talking about is what we're talking about. It's not the same thing. My point is it's not addressed. It's not actually addressed.
Now you're talking about two different things. Okay, you're saying that the Bible.
But it's something else I have said very clearly and unambiguously in this conversation as it was ongoing. Perhaps
you did, Nate.
I'm sorry, maybe I did miss it. But if you're telling me the Bible does not address sodomy, like male
in a context in a context that is historically applicable to the ancient world, which is very, very different from our context.
Not so different.
Consent was a complete non-issue, and sex was a complete power relationship.
This is to argue otherwise.
That was the Holland thesis that Jeb was bringing up earlier.
To argue otherwise is complete equivocation, guys. The way that these questions were approached in the ancient world is fundamentally different than the way they're approached in the modern world. It's just a period at the end of that sentence. That's like you cannot do a reasonable accounting of just the factual data that we have on these issues. What did sexuality look like in the ancient world? What does it look like right now? There's been tremendous shifts, and there's also through lines. where there's continuity. But with respect to the whole idea of homosexuality and homosexual identity, it is radically different in this context than it was in the ancient world. And the questions we're asking were not the questions that they were asking.
Okay.
It's just that's fundamental.
Okay, so you have a very different hermeneutic, a very
Yes.
different way of reading the Bible.
Right.
And my whole point, and I've said this over and over again, but nobody ever listens. If the CRC were to vote that only married lesbians could be ordained, I would have to accept that. Because it is against my religion. It is against my religion to trespass on the religion of others. It is the procedure.
But you do it all the time. Why are you so involved? Like, why are you so involved and invested in following the CRC Synod discussions?
And trust me, this is something I have definitely I am involved only on the political level.
Okay.
Because I cannot get involved in religiously.
Okay.
The very same synod that decided that now homosexual chastity is a confessional issue, also decided that penal substitutionary atonement is a confessional issue, right? I have much bigger problems personally with, I believe penal substitutionary atonement is a salvation issue, whereas I don't believe that gay chastity is a salvation issue, whatever that means, but to speak in Christian terms, okay? My problem with what's going on in the CRC is the backlash that these affirmers are engendering against the LGBT community, the absolute havoc they're wreaking on gay Christians. 3 years ago, I had Paul come and speak to a group of gay conservatives, and after he spoke, one of the people there said, I go to all these affirming churches, and this is the first time I feel seen. Right? Paul Vanderklay, if you don't understand that he represents about as compassionate, or Preston Sprinkle, same thing, compassionate and knowledgeable position on human sexuality, and that the CRC, if anybody is able to deal with this explosive situation that is absolutely destroying Christian churches, my best hope is the CRC.
I mean, I don't even know what to make of that, Jacob.
I know.
To me, it's okay. I mean,
Jacob is on a strange spiritual.
Well, there are parts of what Jacob said there that I would totally agree with. I think
saw you thumbsing up, Nate, in the video.
Yeah,
the part you agreed with.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make clear what's at issue. Like now that I've heard Nate speak it so clearly, it's whether it's because you accept that the homosexual lifestyle is an identity, that you think that the biblical understanding we've worked with until now no longer applies and needs to be reevaluated.
Well, whether it's validly an identity is a question.
That's the point, because it's not a culture. If it's a culture, it's a diasporic culture that arises as a deviation in other cultures. So that doesn't make sense. And what I noticed when Jacob was on his spiel is that what the LGBTQ community is actually is a political party.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And if
okay, fine, but then Grim, then the white suburbanite conservative Christian is a political party is
Yes.
under the same definition.
I don't think he would deny that.
Let's be realistic. Then what we're talking about, what we've essentially will do is that just reverts to saying this is a political issue.
We're looking at whether or not the homosexual lifestyle is a community and or an identity, and whether or not like where you fall on that view is like explains so much of the rest of your views.
But
Right, and I think that's fair.
But politically, as a nation, we've already resolved this issue because we've already accepted same-sex marriage into our law politically.
Have you been seeing the polls where acceptance of same-sex marriage has been going down?
No,
Yeah, sure.
No, that's not been going down.
Please check.
No, that's true. He's right. He's right, actually, Judd.
It's down like
It's sort of as a backlash. He's right, and I can actually even explain why he's right. So the reason for this is that a lot of conservatives who are kind of like resigned to accept homosexual marriage have flipped their position because the agenda has become so extreme from the visible online progressive left, which Mark, I think you're right. Like, I live in a progressive town with lots of actual real progressive people that I interact with too. Does that online progressive culture represent the people I know? No, it doesn't. Not at all. But that is still a cultural factor in the game that's being played at the level of the principalities and the powers. And in fact, Jacob is right. Because the agenda is so extreme, conservatives that had resigned to like, well, I guess this is just the direction things are headed, and kind of begrudgingly accepted, have actually flipped their position. He's actually correct about that.
All right. Well, Nate, you brought up our nation's laws, and I'm going to do my dramatic exit on the laws of Sodom and Gomorrah are of no concern to me.
One of the things the online LGBTQ community, the political LGBTQ community, is not representative of a majority of people who can be described as LGBTQ.
Right. Just as the vocal online Twitter progressive community or whatever online space progressive community is not representative of people who have progressive leaning politics that you meet in day-to-day life that live in your community. Not representative. Everything gets exaggerated. It's the way in which our consumerist culture kind of has a tendency to cause these sorts of exaggerations in everything. That's like, Michael, you were earlier, I almost brought this up earlier when you were talking about like the way that we have these sort of extreme examples of masculinity and femininity that we have on display. It's the same thing that drives that. Like, that's why, so everything gets blown up to like its most extreme forms.
I wouldn't say everything. Certain things get overrepresented, especially people who are particularly political get overrepresented on things like Twitter, right? Especially because people who are not political see the vitriol that you get. I mean, the amount of vitriol that I get, like, people seem to think like I enjoy the position that I'm in. Like, no. But guess what? I know dozens of trans people, none of whom wants anybody to know they're trans, who are being represented by people who could never pass, despite the fact that the majority of the trans people I know were being mistaken for the wrong gender before they were they transitioned. So where are you taking your confirmation bias sample?
Yeah.
Samples?
Well, and there's this performative. It like elevates the profile of this like weird performative trans that's like not even trying to pass in the way that an actual trans person would be motivated to. A lot of it is weird.
And same thing with people like, so if you know anything about the medical community, right? And so I had a checkup recently, and what my doctor did not ask is, are you gay? Are you straight? He said, sexual partners, males, females, because there's something, and you can look it up, called MSM, which is men who have sex with men, but think of themselves as straight, right? Like, if you don't know what MSM are, then you would never imagine that 50% of gay men, and that is the best statistic I have, voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, but again, like I'm a little bit lost here. Like, I think the question still is the driving question here is, how do we respond? One is the are we talking about inherently sinful behavior? I think we've answered yes there, but I'm very confused, Jacob, as far as like what you're actually driving at in terms of. I see that where you stand on the biblical question, but I'm very confused. Just I don't understand where the perspective you're describing.
My biggest thing is I really detest the politicization of religion. I very much detest the politicization of religion, and
I agree. Hey, we agree on that, Jacob.
And I see a huge problem with not having the seculum, having like the area where secularity exists.
And that, I think, from the Jewish perspective, I can see where that is particularly important, because the seculum is what has made the world safe for Jews.
Right? And so what has happened, and I highly recommend the work of John McWhorter. What has happened is we have a religion of secularity that has started imposing itself. Ready to Harvest had a video I just watched. It was from like 10 days ago, about how one of the seven sisters, the seven mainline churches, is making affirming a requirement of their churches. They're going to kick out the non-affirming churches. Okay? So, like, if you don't understand how this is politics and religion, I was born in Iran. Like, theocracy is one of the boogeymen that, like, I have a pathological fear of theocracy. And what I am seeing among the woke, and that's the best name I have for it, is a theocracy that threatens this country, that I am a literal political asylee. I came here as a refugee from religious persecution. That is how I was allowed.
Unfortunately, Jacob, we can't make secularity secular again, because because modernity has collapsed, buddy. It's over. I understand. I completely understand. I see entirely why, like, particularly from a Jewish perspective, why that is a terrifying prospect, because modernity and secularity brought a lot of, like, peace and safety to the Jewish people.
Doug Wilson is openly advocating for having synagogues illegal.
Yeah.
He is openly advocating.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep, he's a hot mess.
It's not.
And that's why we fight him, Jacob.
No, that's why I have to understand.
I don't indulge this nonsense.
That this is those blasphemers. Let's.
I know. I mean, I'm just saying, why indulge it? But anyways, back to your point about the sisters. One of the sisters affirming requiring an affirming position. Isn't that what the CRC has just done in reverse? Made the abide position mandatory?
Yes.
So so are you for one thing and against the other, or are you against both? Because I like Paul's solution.
I prefer a church that makes it all affirming or all not, to this confusion and bitterness and I believe that good fences make good neighbors. Let people have their church. Let people have their church. If the woke want to have their temples of woke, which here in Los Angeles they have their temples of woke. Let them have their temples of woke. Mm-hmm. That is their religion. Just acknowledge that it is, and this is, Paul Vanderklay talks about this all the time. Like, if you're actually paying attention to Paul, he understands, and there's a reason why I am so, such a Paul Vanderklay stan. Paul Vanderklay is my hope in this culture war.
Why? What is it about Paul? I also, like you, I also have a hold Paul in the highest of esteem and have a great deal of admiration for him. But if you could just try to articulate for a moment.
Hey guys, I apologize too. It's been great to interact. I need to get going just because
Talk to you later, Jed. It's always good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Take care.
So what specifically is it about Paul that makes you have that degree of hope in what you see him representing?
Because he's actually genuine, and so it's convenient that he comes from the Dutch, old school left wing. He comes from Grand Rapids East is his home, and he is loving and open enough to recognize that the affirmers are really, really effing this up.
Yeah.
If Paul had gone to synod, and I think this is one of the reasons he avoided going to synod, he would have been the president of synod. 3 years ago when he went, he did not even run, and he came in second place for president.
Right.
If Paul had gone to synod, he would have been president of synod, which is one of the reasons I think he found a way to not to go.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. I think Slack here. Yeah, it's the sense of this that I see in him understanding the divide. I think that's exactly right. He has definitely, that's and as far as I'm concerned, that synthesis that's the work of the Holy Spirit, man. So that's how I know that Paul is holy, and that's why I hold him in the respect that I do, because I see him doing that all the time.
God put him in the right place for the right reason to be where he is. Now, at the same time, I definitely think he should have gone to synod. I think if he had gone to synod, synod would have been better for it.
Right.
But
so this is precisely, okay, this is interesting, Jacob, because this is your long-standing thing with pushing Paul to be more of a leader than he is. This is what's behind that pushing. That you want him to put himself in a position of leadership more because of the fact that you see him as a person who is able to synthesize and to bring balance and to lead properly. And so that's why you want him to lead.
And you have to understand that the people so this is part of the paradox of leadership. Anybody who wants to lead is disqualified.
Yeah.
Therefore, you have to force people to lead.
So you're just trying to prod somebody, like that's one of the traits of some, like anybody who's going to be an effective leader is going to be somewhat reluctant. Yeah, I think that's right. So you're trying to prod him.
Yeah.
You're trying to prod him into it because you know that he won't seek it on his own. So you're just trying to be one of those voices that prods him into accepting a mantle that he is not necessarily willing to take up.
If he wanted to be the leader, I probably would be much less likely to want him to lead.
Right. Yeah, I actually understand where you're coming from now. I get it. I actually get it entirely.
He'd kind of be a different PVK, though. I mean, he
yeah.
is what he is, you know.
Yeah.
And does he listen to prodding? Have you had any success, Jacob, or do you think he just is what he is?
Paul, I have definitely made Paul's life more difficult than it needs to be. But
But have you moved him, do you think, in any particular? Okay.
Yeah, and like Paul jokingly says, like, Jacob's totally colonized me, and to some ways I have colonized him. But I kind of have to say it hasn't been a deliberate colonization, because I would not presume to control him.
Right.
Like that's another thing that really bothers me, and like I got into a huge fight with Luke about. Like, Luke says Paul's the leader, and I'm like, Paul's not the leader until he says that he's the leader.
Yeah, I think maybe that, like, I think Luke and I have a different view. Like, I would have said what Luke said too, but I understand a little bit more since we talked today. I do get a little bit more about where you're coming from when you're trying to, like, push him into, like, a more active leadership role. But I would say that like, Paul is a leader is a natural leader in a way that he doesn't need to assert his leadership in order for him to actually lead.
Okay, so if any man who says I am the king is no king, Tywin Lannister.
Right.
At the same time, any man who denies he is the king is no king.
Right. So this is interesting. So you're trying to do an interesting synthesis there. Say more about that, actually, Jacob. That's
because PVK is Paul. I mean, look, you have to. So for me, I mean, again, the life of Moses, like, he is the ultimate leader, right? And so the like, he is somebody who flees from leadership. He is at the same time the same person that when it comes to Korah, right? Korah comes and says, all the people are holy. Who made you leader? Right? And he says, Rav lachem b'nei Levi, it's too much for you, sons of Levi, which he is a Levite, right? He says it's too much for you. Like, and this is the humblest man, right? So you have to, and this is the thing with me, like, people sometimes, like, when do I push back? There are times when I push back, right? Because there are times when you have to say, no, this is, I am not a great, I may not be a great leader. I may not be doing everything correct, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let you push me around when I know it's too much for you, right? So you have to be willing to accept the mantle of leadership when it is given you, despite the fact that you also should not want it.
Who anoints a leader, Jacob?
What?
Who anoints the leader?
Not the leader himself.
But then see, this is where I kind of agree with you about all this. Like, well, and it's probably my weird.
He's got a great point.
My weird non-dual stuff, because I think PVK is the leader and he's not. Because I would agree with you. He's not the leader until he fully acknowledges and accepts that he's the leader.
Okay.
But he's more than a first among equals. Wouldn't you agree, Luke?
Yes. In the
so and his leadership is just he's doing it. I'm not sure if we need to we need to. We don't know if we need a crowning ceremony for this. Go ahead, Jacob.
He was doing it. He was doing it there when I did my whole fire PVK spiel, which you weren't here for. That was because he wasn't doing it when he needed to be doing it. And to some extent, I'm still sore over what's going on with Bridges of Meaning, which is Paul claims it's not his Discord server, which is bullshit.
I mean, I think I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I can see your perspective on that. I mean, and Paul,
that Discord server exists because Paul links to it, and it was because I was prodding him that he stopped putting links on his videos, and then because Lance prodded him and other people prodded him, he put the link back, and it's like, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. If it's your Discord server, take responsibility for it. You don't get to have the rights without the responsibility. So, like, you don't put the link in your videos if you're going to say no, it's not my Discord server. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't always know PVK's reasons for doing the things that he does. I mean, I think it's interesting what Slack and Neutrino say here. He claims it is his. He has to somehow feel responsible for the way that it is used. Plausible deniability.
I mean, my Discord server is really Slack's Discord server. I'll be honest. It's like, I mean, I kind of understand like Paul's stance, like toward the Discord server. It's like, okay, it's like I started a Discord server because it's a thing that people do, but I'm not very invested in Discord as a platform, and so I'm not on Discord very often. Right.
Delegate. Right.
Yeah. Slack runs the show on my Discord for the most part.
I could never keep up with all of the messages on my Discord server. That's why I have mod. That's why I have a hierarchy. That's why I have other people. Right. When you're responsible for a community, you have to take responsibility. And as long as Joey was running the Discord server, I was fine with it. Then Joey left, and I'm like, who is the new Joey? And Paul's like, I don't know. I have nothing against Dennis. I don't know Dennis. I'm not a member of Dennis's Discord server.
Right.
I don't know Dennis.
Is that who's running it now?
Apparently.
Okay, I don't know Dennis either.
Yeah, I mean, and I only know him very peripherally. Like, I'm not close with Dennis. I never got to know him that way. But the thing is, it's like a body with a head. You know, the head is the head, even though it doesn't exercise every function of the whole body. It
doesn't have to function.
So what I think this
I know,
somehow like okay. So does your position about Paul's leadership or failure to properly does that play into the insistence on talking about Peterson's sphere versus TLC? What is that about? Help me understand what you're.
Oh, Peterson's sphere. The biggest reason I agree with Father Eric about calling it the Peterson sphere. So he's the one who convinced me. And I have to say, the one person who really does not get his due in this little corner is Father Eric. Father Eric was partially convinced me because he pointed out there are people who like to hang around in the Jordan Peterson sphere and pretend they don't like Jordan Peterson. And I apologize if I misunderstood what you said. There was a while back.
Yeah, there was a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I have a complex relationship with Jordan Peterson, but I will go to the mat to defend him ultimately as a force for good. So my opinion about Jordan Peterson is overwhelmingly positive, with some areas of critique, which should be expected, right?
People ask me, what is your critique of Jordan Peterson? I have critiques of Jordan Peterson.
I bet you do, yeah.
But he is the central figure around whom this entire thing has
the larger subculture of which TLC is a part.
Yes.
Right. But TLC is something that is a specific thing that is defined, that is definitely different from the Peterson sphere. To me, you're talking at a different layer when you're talking Peterson.
It is a subset, and I don't like when it moves out, and there are definitely people who try to move out of the Jordan Peterson sphere. That's what convinced me. When people think that you can, like, if you reject Jordan Peterson, you reject TLC, as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know because again,
that's why
I'll tell you why. Because I don't think I agree with you, Jacob, but I don't I'm not not in any sort of vehement, oh my God, you're so totally wrong kind of way. But I think actually what makes me want to disagree with you here is precisely the reasons that you point at why Paul is such a good leader. And that Paul is able to bring people together that Jordan Peterson would not be able to bring together. Because Paul has a gift of synthesis that is different from Jordan Peterson's gifts.
I fundamentally disagree. I actually think Jordan Peterson is the one who's been able to bring so many of us together. And the idea, there are a lot of people who have this idea that Jordan Peterson is a right-wing culture warrior. The man has been trying desperately to bring the Republicans and Democrats to a place of sanity. Desperately. And I don't think anybody has been trying as hard as he has to undo the political divide that we have. But part of when you stand in this political divide is recognizing that
that was true, Jordan. So Jacob, if we were talking about Jordan in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, I would entirely agree with what you just said. But Jordan Peterson is no longer like that unifying force, because he's decided to throw himself in with a side by joining Daily Wire, and he has much more gone into agro-political pundit mode. Which is precisely why Peterson can for what TLC is trying to do. Peterson can no longer be the highest ordering principle. It actually has to be PBK, and you're completely right about PBK needing to lead, because PBK can do that in a way that Peterson can't, because Peterson has thrown himself into a camp.
Except PBK has been advocating for the abide position.
Okay.
So how I mean, he's not doing the both sides thing.
No, but he is not. But he okay. But
there is a point when and this, so it's so funny. Allow me a little tangent.
Go for it.
So I'm getting my MSW, and we were talking about ethics in one of my intern groups, right? So there's 8 of us, all of us MSWs, and so in the MSW world, you have a lot of things where you can argue every single side of it because it's social work, right? But the ethics test is a multiple choice test, right?
Yeah.
So brought up brought up a question, right? And I won't get into the question, and we started arguing it. And one of the things that somebody said just reflexively was suggest a compromise. And I was like, no, that's obviously wrong. Because as the social worker, as the clinician, if you're doing marital therapy, the worst thing you can be, right? When you're the marital therapist is the person who's like, it's in the middle, right? There are very few times when you have to say, no, you're wrong and you're right, which generally, you try not to do. But there are times even, and that's better than the mediator. The mediator is the worst position because all it does is allow people to jockey.
No,
Yes.
I'm not like, I think that you can function in that kind of way that we both agree that PVK does while having a position. It's just that Peterson is at the point of having more than a position where he's like, his occupation is now full-time punditry for a partisan side.
He's not doing full-time punditry. Come on.
Well, no, he does.
Completely
No, that's not okay. To be fair, that's what. Yeah, he kind of mixes his modes. That's true. He does, but he certainly devotes more energy
Right,
to.
because there is that we have reached a point where, and it happened with Brett Weinstein too, right? Brett Weinstein was desperately, he's campaigning for Donald Trump. And he tried very, very hard in 2020. But what happened was the Biden side censored him. And he was like, well, if you're leaving me with no option, and now he's very reluctantly become, he's like, if you're making me choose between Biden and Trump. If you're going to force me to choose between Biden and Trump, I'm going Trump. And that's the situation we've ended up in.
I don't know how we ended up talking about Trump, but
that's how Peterson. Brett Weinstein ended up with Trump. That's how Peterson has ended up becoming a Trumpist.
I made the leap into the corner not because of Peterson, and not even because of most of PVK's content. I ultimately made the leap into actively supporting Paul after, I think it was one of the randos I saw. I think it was the Charlie Brown rando was the guy's name or handle. And it moved me. I realized he's having this tremendous ministry with young men. And I want to support it. And then I started financially supporting him. Then I moved forward from there, and got more involved slowly. The Peterson thing, I respect Peterson more because so many of you respect Peterson. I don't see so much the attraction for myself. He's clearly brilliant. He's very good at with words. I don't know if he's quite the leader everyone thinks he is, but that's okay. We don't have to all see it. In the end, I'm ultimately here for what I think is the work of God. So, and that's what I see in PVK doing. He's doing things that I don't even see happening in my local church. So if I can get anything, I want to get as much from Paul that I can bring home. And that's kind of why I'm here. So that's when I say I very possibly a passer through. That could be why. There could be a point at which I've gotten what I need to and I'll be consumed with local work to where right now I'm busy here, but I know it's all to a work. Go ahead.
I know this sounds really condescending, and I'm sorry for that, but Mark, I see you traveling a path that a lot of people have traveled, which is you're a lot of the arguments you make are arguments we've heard, and your heart. I mean, it's not like I believe that we're fundamentally.
Yeah, but Jacob. All the, I mean, like Jacob, the same is true of the conservative arguments. Like if someone is a and I'm neither. I'm actually okay. I'm at since you referenced Haidt, by Haidt's definitions, I'm a libertarian. So,
I didn't even know Mark's political positions.
Yeah,
but that we've heard the argument before is like that's true everywhere. Like we've all heard. We just keep repeating the same arguments over and over again on all sides.
And the beautiful thing here is ultimately that we're engaging in a level of dialogue, which is what our society should be able to have.
Amen.
Like, I mean, if you go back to when I was trying to make videos for introducing new people, right, and explaining what I was calling post-Platonism or post-nominalist Neoplatonism, right? We are at a moment where we need things to shift. And I really believe we are in a place where we are going to shift. And so I have great hope this is actually going to have legs and go someplace. But in order for that to happen, I do believe we are going to need to become more of a thing, more defined, and that's what I've been trying to help along.
Well, Jacob, one of the things I want to speak into, you kind of invoked my name, and I did challenge Paul on not having kind of a place for people to have conversations. I actually see Paul, like to the point where he didn't want to come and be president. I think Paul is very savvy, and he is a great leader. And you can lead sometimes better effectively by not being in the chair and standing on the outside. He knew exactly what was going to happen there. And if you've paid any attention to Paul, and it's one of the things I like is that, like, he's been, for the past few years, he's been trying to bring this thing in front of progressives and letting them see this, right? And so I think in terms of how he has been leading, I think he has a more effective role in the stance that he's playing. Now, he still is a leader within CRC. He's still at the classical level. He's still doing leadership within CRC. But ultimately, and you saw him make this move when he was talking about Synod, he brought up your conversation you had with Father DeYoung and Cedric and others and Mark and so on and so forth. I think what he's trying to do to the CRC is saying, hey guys, we need to have conversations that are like this conversation today is magnificent. Because, and what I really loved about it was, Nate, Jed, Mark, Luke, others, I wish McMo could have jumped on here, is we had people bringing up all the nuance, teasing it out, trying to have some sort of conversation. And Paul's trying to lead people. I see his entire endeavor is, how can I get people to get out of combat mode and into conversation mode? And so his whole endeavor is to try and help point CRCs into estuary, into being able to have this conversation. And I dare say, I think Paul's going to love this conversation that's happening here today. I think he's going to point to it. And that's part of his leadership. That's part of his leadership.
And it's interesting. I think it's the most productive conversation I think Jacob and I have ever had.
Amen. That's what I said. This is the best corner cross.
And I think that's because we got to like a fundamental point of connection for us is that, like, in spite of what our differences might be, we're both very much disciples of Paul. Right? We're very much like we have seen him representing something that we think is good and that we want to also represent and put out in the world.
Right.
And I think that whatever is causing us to both do that probably is more important than a lot of the things that we are bickering about on a semantic, which a lot of it with me and Jacob is very much at a semantic level.
I think there are very fundamental differences, but there's a reason. Like, okay, Nathan Ormond showed up on Paul's stream, and I left.
That's my favorite pronunciation of his name I've ever heard. Can we just adopt that?
Did I miss?
No, I mean, you just pronounced it like it was French or something, and maybe it is. You just said Nathan Ormond, and I'm just like, that's
Isn't
fantastic.
that his? I thought that's.
I've always heard Nathan Ormond, but Ormond is much better.
Whatever it is, I try to ignore the man's existence.
Nathan Ormond.
But like, there is a fundamental difference between how I engage with you guys who look. I consider Luke a good friend. I've had beers with Luke. I've sat in his basement. Right?
We tickle wrestled.
What?
No, we didn't. I'm just kidding.
And I've actually had a beer with Lance as well, except he wasn't eating. He wasn't having.
So you need to.
Except he wasn't there.
Well, Jacob, he wasn't
drinking.
You need to come to Olympia and have barbecue and margaritas with me and Luke there.
That's going to be the closer of the Estuary Northwest thing. Is I'm going to do a drunken interpretive dance.
Are you coming?
Oh, I thought there was going to be tickle wrestling at the camp.
That's the closer of the dance.
Jacob, are you coming to Northwest Estuary?
I considered it, honestly, now that I have both a dog and a cat, and like bringing the dog and with how busy I am, I really don't know. And with Garth's wedding I have to go to, it's kind of I'm still on the fence about it. Quite likely not. But I'll
tell you what. I won't say anything about the actual event itself, but you are missing out when it comes to food and drink. I will say that.
I don't think
the conference might be a dud, but the barbecue on Thursday is going to be absolutely.
I watched you. I watched you wrapping that brisket, and I was like, "This is a level of love of food that I simply would never have."
I want people to look at me like Nate looks at his brisket.
Find you a man who loves you like.
And for your wife to touch it like he touches his brisket.
Yeah, exactly.
Honey, look at this. Now, study this man's work.
When you hit 5,
yes, and there's also
you might want to switch to the tighter view with 5 people. Yeah. It's on the bottom of the screen. No, that one.
There. Jacob loves to produce the show. He loves to produce.
I love to help make people use StreamYard in what I hope is a better way.
I accept it.
But see, this whole VIP thing, that's all about the game, right?
So the VIP thing is, so it happens to be that Grimm's birthday is the day after the last day of the conference. So I talked to Grimm, and we added, I'm going to cook for the VIP birthday bash. It's going to be buffalo briskets and strawberry rhubarb pie. And I'll have to go and check the menu again. But it's a couple kinds of pies, a potato salad, and I don't remember what the other side was. I have it in my notes, though. But so it's going to be a birthday. It's going to be a birthday, like, early dinner / late lunch, and then a role-playing game run by Slicarius.
Gotcha.
So yeah, and it's like limited to 12. It's limited to 12 seats.
Right.
And Grimm has the codes. You have to get a code from Grimm for that.
Grimm, if I'm coming out there, I'm gonna go to that.
So
yeah, Luke has to. Luke deserves a gratis seat. You know.
I'll put my cards on the table. I was a professional event organizer for a lot of time, and watching John Van Donk run Chino was some of the most infuriating and like mind like, and I'm just afraid I'm just gonna come to Northwest and be like, and anybody who came to Chino knows that I ultimately ended up like changing the schedule because I just couldn't not. It was, frankly, it was one of the best panels, and the only reason we have a recording of it, which Paul put on his channel, was because somebody taped it on their phone, which made for horrible quality, but frankly, I think was the best panel there. Obviously, I would.
Well, I'm smart enough to, Jacob, I'm smart enough to know what I don't know. So I actually, so one of my guests of honor is going to be Jess Proviance, because Jess is running tech for me. Because okay. I know I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I noticed when I looked at your pricing. Like the pricing. You're running it. It's your event.
Oh no, go ahead. I mean, it's based on my costs.
Yeah.
It's on my don't lose money. My pricing is based on don't lose money, because I don't care. That's all I care about is not
okay.
losing
I
money.
Understand that. So what I said to John Van Donk was, hey, John, have multiple price points, including $500 tickets and $1,000 tickets and $5,000 tickets. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, some people are willing to pay extra so other people can pay less.
That's a good option to have if people want to support.
Yeah, well, what
he did was he only had two prices.
Yeah.
And he had a discounted price and he had a regular price.
Yeah.
And he only sold 2 discounted tickets.
To Dave's defense, he has a give send go setup. Why don't you share that, Nate? Where if people want to support,
I am trying to raise money for people who can't afford to come, Jacob. Because I care about that.
Right, but the way, I mean, one of the best ways to do that, like, there's a lot of tricks. Being a professional event organizer, there are tricks you figure out, and like, so what's his name? Pajot. Like, it was obvious he had hired a professional event organizer. Like, yeah, having multiple price tickets, like, that's just a basic for something like this.
So anyway, I'll go. I heard you called me out, and I wanted to speak to you. I think Paul's being extremely effective, exactly how he's leading the way he is. So anyway, I'll see you guys.
I have criticisms of everything. You may have noticed.
Man, this was just. When do you think we're going to stop streaming about same-sex unions and LGBT?
Yeah, I was going to ask, what did I miss?
When hopefully when the Synod actually, like, the realignment between the CRC and the RCA happens, and people can go back to being good neighbors.
Jacob, what do you think?
That's been my main thing with, like, trying to push Abide to be more like that. So one thing one of my rabbis said that has stuck with me is, it is a really bad thing to walk around with sharp knives cutting people's hearts out unless you're a surgeon. And there are times when you have to be able to cut into people with a knife. And if you're not willing to do the amputations, if you're not willing to like actually cut, you're you will lose your patient.
I don't know.
My problem with it is usually
what? Well, your wife's a doctor, just like Ben Shapiro. You're very much like Ben Shapiro.
My problem with people who, with the whole surgery metaphor, is you have to have voluntary patience.
Right.
Really?
It's not surgery then.
Well, there's plenty of surgery where at least the patient is unconscious. There's plenty of surgery done on kids, and there's a reason I'm willing to go into mental health. There's plenty of people who need to be forced to take their medicine.
Oh yeah, I would actually, as a Christian, a budding Christian at least, I would reorient or refactor the metaphor. That like the knife is God or whatever, and if anything, so I think that this is actually the solution to disagreements in the church is like, if you hold true to what you believe, and this is actually
but you're not God, so your knife just might be your own false incarnation.
And maybe
what I'm saying is, if nothing else, you lay the knife out there, and like they so people can be like, hey, we believe this to be true. If you agree, then maybe you'll perform surgery on yourself, but I'm not performing it on you.
So there's a reason why I try so hard to kill John Calvin and Martin Luther, because I would much rather kill them than the people who are possessed by them.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and which is I believe that that's not a Christian orientation, which fine.
I heard somebody once said, I come not to bring peace but the sword, something like that.
Yeah, to divide families, and that's what I feel like I'm aligned with that when I say, you believe what's true and you go with it. So there's this. So I wanted to bring it up because it kind of got brought up earlier when I was on the call briefly, but it's like, I guess they healed the blind man, and they're like, what do we do with this? We got to get rid of these heretics who are saying Jesus is Lord. And the one Pharisee's like, hey, forget about it. If it's from God, then it's true, and we'll all find out. But if it's not from God, it's going to die on the vine. And
Unreal, Acts 5. I quote that constantly.
Yeah, so if like people want to have vestments in rainbow colors, and a woman, doing the sacraments, it's like, let them do it.
But who really wants that, though? Who really wants that? That kind of extreme, performative, affirming nonsense? Who actually wants that? Do you think gay Christians want that?
No, it's not the gay Christians, but
right.
There's plenty of people doing.
It's the same. It's the same Karens who push all this shit in. In business, in the corporate sector and state government.
Correct. I agree. I think nobody really wants it. It's a spirit of the age, and it'll die out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the way, and I'm wrong, and I'm bullheaded, and unwilling to look at my own. So I'm pointing the fingers at other people, But I believe I have trust. Let them do it. That doesn't mean I have to let them do it in my church or in my house. It's like, as for me and my family, I will serve the Lord even if it's in the catacombs, and we'll just see how it goes. Maybe give it 100 years, But it's like, I'm not gonna fight a political battle anymore. I mean, I used to really care a lot about that kind of thing. Out in the articulation of my will out, or get craftier than them, then righteousness will prevail. And it turns out I was not righteous that whole fucking time. So now I want to drop that.
I would. Can you find Yoav on yesterday's stream, what he said? It was just so good.
I admit, I only saw Yoav very briefly, and it was the first time I had seen him on stream.
Let me find it. Let me find it.
You can find it and play it. Yeah, that's great.
It's like 2 hours and 30 minutes. In fact, actually, look in the comments because I've time-stamped it.
Oh, okay. He says it's around 2:30, and then he time-stamped it in the comments.
Yeah, it's in the comments. I got to watch for the drivers too.
So Jacob, I'll keep looking for the clip, but at some point we'll have to get together and you have to tell me everything that I'm doing wrong for my conference so that I can make it better.
What's the anti-natal comment? I don't get that.
Oh, Slack was saying that if anybody could address how anti-natal our economic system is.
What is anti-natal? Like you don't want people to be born?
Against people having children and raising families.
So click on my screen, Nate, on the bottom.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Yeah.
So our anti-natal we're
let me play
natal,
but he's going to play the clip.
Which is totally cool. So tell us a little bit about you.
For the purpose of this comment, I'm a color engineer. That's my profession. And I would like to make a comment on my profession. So I'm not making any religious or political comment, just a scientific observation. Nice. And you guys maybe draw the conclusion from it. We were talking about black and white and gray and non-binary color. Color is actually three-dimensional. And please try to forget the connotation of color in your current culture. I'm not talking about that at all. All human cultures, all people in all languages have the concept of black and white. All languages. Some languages don't have the concept of color at all. You cannot ask the question, what color is this thing? You can ask the question, what does it look like? If there is any color term in a language, it is red. Red is the other color. So there is black and white and red.
Interesting.
Now a bit of Hebrew. You know Adam. The first man is Adam. Adam comes in Hebrew. If you write Adam, is like writing Adom, color red. So Adam is Adom. Man is red. Also connected to blood, dam. Also connected to earth, Adama, which is in my country tends to be of reddish color. So the worldview that emerges, I think it's proto-Semite. I think it comes even before Judaism, is a world in which you have white as good, black as death, always, no matter what your color of skin is. That's the worldview. And humanity is neither black, nor white, nor gray. Humanity is red. End of it.
So the Shinto Japanese see it the same way, and they're not even connected in any way to the Middle East in any way at all. But that's fascinating that you said that. Yeah. That's fascinating.
Oh, have you really not heard that they're in America? I mean, Jeremy and I have to talk about this. I bet we can go on this all day.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention one important thing, is the red cow or the red heifer.
Yes.
It's the most obscure commandment in the Torah. And if you understand forgiveness of sin through the red cow as representing us that are red and not black and not white might give meaning to that chapter.
Wow.
Wow. I just read.
Thanks for sharing that. The first place I want to do some more thinking about it and go back. But the first thing I think about is actually the fairy tale motif that Martin Shaw often talks about, where you have you actually have like the white flower and the red flower, but there's always a third flower, a black flower, that is not represented. But those are the three, like in fairy tale symbolism, those are the three fundamental colors.
I was not aware of that, but the black, white, and red, like, yeah, and the Hebrew and and then when he brought Para Duma, the red heifer, into it, it just blew my mind.
Yeah. So yeah, Yoav, I didn't see him before yesterday, but I hope he keeps showing up because
he came on stream here.
Yeah, I know.
Grail Country, yeah.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, I saw him. Like I didn't. Oh, before yesterday, I don't catch every stream, so.
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was the first time I had seen him, but it was definitely was glad to see him, and I hope he comes back.
He doesn't say much, and so when he says stuff, I mean, every time he's bothered to say something, it's been like, I'm glad I heard that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think. What'd you say, Steve?
Yoav was like hour 15 to 18 in the 24-hour chat.
Oh, the 24-hour
right.
one.
He was on the 24-hour one. Yeah. He came on the 24-hour one.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen the least of because I was in Texas when it was going on.
Grizz asked your take on what he said, Jacob. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I'm still gnawing on it. I kind of wonder where he got it from. Like, I mean, the technical stuff obviously he's got from work, but like the Para Duma, like talking about the red heifer, like if that's his original insight, he's an impressive man. Let's put it that way.
He's a rabbi, right?
Yoav? No, he's a color engineer.
No, I'm just saying, can you call somebody a rabbi if they don't go through a specific process?
You can call somebody a rabbi if rabbi means my teacher. If you think of someone as your teacher, you can call him a rabbi.
Yeah. To me, he's at least, in a martial arts kind of tradition, you can you can study something and then through that understand almost everything. So he's an engineer, that helps him understand everything.
So Jacob, since we have both we have established during the course of the stream that we are both disciples of the Rabbi Paul, I now need to see that meme. So one of some meme artist out there has to make that happen.
Hold on. I mean, if you need to meme Rabbi Paul, all you have to do is take a screen grab of him wearing my prayer shawl at Chino. I mean, he looks kind of rabbinic there. Despite
we can change his acronym from PVK to RP.
RP. If you've never worn one of those prayer shawls, it's actually a total balancing act. And I tried to help him know what to do, but like halfway through it, it's like falling off of him, and he's like, "Jacob, was this a trap?" And I yelled out of the audience, "Yup." Okay.
Hey, here's a question. If you get the balance right with that prayer shawl, are your chakras aligned properly?
I don't have no idea. I have no idea.
I'm just maybe Mark can call in and tell us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, so Graham, you need to. What was that?
We haven't met formally or said hello, hi.
Hey, Steve. I think we've talked before, haven't we?
Dan.
Pretty sure we have. Oh.
I'm about to go around a corner and through a ditch, which will cut me off, but I'll be back.
Okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll let me drop the link, and I'll keep it going for a little bit longer here, unless one of my admins wants to come in and take over. I gotta go to the grocery store at some point, though.
So maybe we'll just be done, but I'll stay on just in case.
Yeah, I'll just actually what I'm gonna do in the meantime is I'm gonna ask Graham if he's still there in the chat. He said something about supporter tickets. I don't know what he means. Do you want to explain what you're talking about, Graham? So
I believe I understand. And a supporter ticket is a higher price ticket.
Oh, gotcha. Man, I hate charging people money for stuff. It was hard for me to even at the ticket pricing at what it's at. That was hard enough for me to swallow as it was, but I had to run the numbers on what my costs were and what attendance was likely to be and figure out what I needed to charge. And so the tickets are priced in such a way that I will not lose too much money. So Luke, I believe there are 5 seats left for Graham's party, and you can get a code from Graham. So yeah, there are 5 seats available, and you can grab one of them. Again, because of covering costs, buffalo briskets are not free and do not cook themselves. And so there is $100 charge just to cover my food costs for the number of people and what the menu is. But other than that, you can get a code from Graham, and you can definitely be a part of it. He was right. Okay. Claxy's word, I was overcharging on the start. We've got plenty of unknown costs to look at. Actually, yeah, I ran the numbers pretty accurately so far. It looks like we're going to be just able to cover. Hey, Steve.
Hey, looks like you kind of sorted out the ticket price kind of stuff.
There is never any milk in any of my brisket. The buffalo brisket was Graham's. Graham actually set the menu for the birthday party. There is no dairy. It's just going to be seasoned exactly the way I would a beef brisket. No dairy. It will get seasoned with restaurant grind black pepper, salt, and seasoning salt. And then it will be thrown in the smoker for somewhere between 10 to 12 hours, depending on the size of the buffalo brisket. Buffalo briskets tend to be smaller, actually, so not as long a cook. Hey, Steve.
Hey, I'm driving through North Idaho, so just in and out, but I'm going to be back in.
Bison and buffalo are the same thing, Graham. I'll say bison. Okay, bison. I don't know why that distinction is important. Maybe he doesn't Did Graham have something against the city of Buffalo? Yes, it's actually bison.
Like a Giants fan or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Buffalo bison, it's the same thing. So.
He likes the Jets or the Giants or the.
Maybe, yeah. It's some other NFC. Although he lives in Oklahoma, although he's originally from Michigan. What are you going to stream about on Wednesday? Come talk to me, Graham. I have questions.
Can you see the fawn? I don't know if it showed up.
What was that?
I pointed my camera towards a fawn running across the road. I don't know if it was visible.
Oh, I totally missed it because I was looking at the comments.
yeah. I'll see if I can timestamp it. It's like a little Bambi with the white dots on the back. You know, it's pretty cool. Do you know? So, can I ask you questions about the camping?
Yeah, you can ask me questions about the camping.
How is it arranged? Is it at the group campsite?
Yeah, I reserved the group campsite. Its maximum capacity is 25 people, 5 vehicles, 6 tents. Slack is our connection for getting the camping gear. So you would just, if you want to camp, you would just buy the camping package in addition to your ticket, and then you would be provided with the camping gear that you need for camping at the group campsite. 5 6-man tents.
Okay. Oh,
Slack
yeah, I get it. Big ones.
So it's 5 6-man tents. And then I think like that sleeping bag and pillow are included in that too. So it's like tent, sleeping bag, pillow. And then I think there'll be like a first aid kit and some other necessities like that. But then any additional things you might want to have that you'll need to get on your own. But the basic camping package includes everything that you'll need to camp at the campsite. And it's a private park. It's called Columbus Park. It's near Black Lake here in Olympia. It's a nice area, nice park. Here we go. Sleeping bags and a chintzy pillow provided. Might grab some cots and a few other items to supplement as well. Actually, yeah, cots are not a bad idea, particularly if there's some people that maybe are too old to sleep on the ground.
Yeah, a pad is good, even just for the insulation, although I'm sure it won't be very cold.
Yeah.
At least a pad, but right on. Yeah, I was looking up like on Google Maps. Okay. I think if I go, I'll be driving.
Yeah, if you want to actually find the park, it's Columbus. If you Google Columbus Park Olympia, that's the park where we have the group campsite reserved.
Yeah, it looks like a super lush place.
Yeah, Olympia is a very green and lush area. It's really beautiful.
I lived in Seattle before I moved here.
Oh, did you?
And yeah, but I spent a ton of time in the Southwest. Super dry, so to me, just plants with wide deciduous leaves is lush to me, no matter what, or any
all right
little bit of moss. It's like, what a lush environment.
Let me answer some questions about the event that are coming in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
The event is at It's Olympia CRC. That is the name of the church. It's not hard to remember. It's just Olympia CRC. That's the event venue. The camping spot, the group camp is at Columbus Park. Yes, the campsite is reserved starting from Thursday evening until Sunday morning. So yes, the camping starts Thursday evening. Olympia CRC, like I said. So okay.
It's like a 15-minute drive from the campsite to the.
Look, this is the address for the church. Luke just posted it. That is right. 2121 Log Cabin Road. All right. So I think I'll give Steve a couple minutes and see if he comes back. And they are good numbers. Yeah, it's auspicious. Yeah, I agree. 2121. All right. Well, I think we'll go ahead and. Are there going to be speaker pass like at Pajot's thing? That is not what I had in mind. I am trying to do an event where there is not less focus on the speakers and more on estuary. So my speakers are only going to be speaking about 15 to 20 minutes each. There'll be some panel discussions with the speakers. I am encouraging my speakers to intermix with the estuary groups and participate in the estuary groups. So that is not my plan. So no, not like Peugeot's thing at all.
That's cool.
The program, I'm about ready to commit it to paper, Graham, since we finally have fixed. Let me go ahead and share and talk about who's coming. But yeah, I pretty much have the way things are going to be organized set up, and I'll commit it to paper here soon. Let me go ahead and open. Let's see. Share my screen. Okay, so the speakers that we have are Dr. Michael Martin, who has been on Grail Country quite a few times, and should be well known to Grail Country audience, and obviously Paul, and then Dr. Chris Green, who is a theologian and a bishop in the CEEC, which is a continuing Anglican church. Then we have Karen Wong from the Meaning Code. And then we have Rafe Kelly and Graham Pardoon. And Jess came up with these tags for the different speakers. Michael Martin, the teacher, Paul Vanderklay, the pastor, Dr. Chris Green, the theologian, Karen Wong, the artist, Rafe Kelly, the mover, and Graham Pardoon, the poet.
You need to make an edit.
What's that?
Paul Vanderklay, the rabbi.
Yes. Yeah, Paul Vanderklay, the rabbi. Yeah, there we go. Very good. So I do plan on integrating the speakers in a way to take advantage of their unique talents. I may ask Karen to moderate the panel discussions because she's just really good at it.
Nice.
And good at bringing people together and synthesizing ideas. Rafe, I'm going to have Rafe have us get out and do some physical activity. I've let him know to do something that won't be too intense because, people have different levels of fitness.
That kind of stuff usually spooks me, so I'll be standing on the periphery watching before I dive in. I'm sure this is just to see, do I even know people in Grail Country very well yet? I'm imagining Luke will be in the center of it. He'll love that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, for me, I'm not really. I love sports, but I'm not a big exercise guy. It's like. Yeah, so but I love to play sports. So if it were a softball game or something like that, I'd be all over it. But no, I will participate because I'm running the conference and I asked Ray to come.
Yeah, well,
certainly a little physical activity wouldn't harm me.
I'm sure it'll be cool and not
and
too
then
awkward. I'm the one who's awkward, so it'll probably be fun.
And Michael is a musician, and we've already talked about the need to make sure that he has a guitar available to him. So
do we need power?
What was that?
Do we need electricity? I guess the
church has really kind of got a pretty good setup, Jess Proviance is coming out to run tech for me. So we'll be good on the audio portion, I think.
I'm picturing the camping.
Oh, the camping.
You'll be at a church.
I don't
You could plug in.
I don't think that there is, although there might be because they do have some RV slots. So
yeah,
Yeah.
So probably in the bathroom, there's a place to plug in or something. Is my guess.
I'll have to go and take a tour of the. I haven't been at the park yet. I'll probably go and take a tour so I can answer those questions better before.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to plug something in someplace. Maybe the walk-in campground won't have like outlets all over the place.
Right.
But there would be a place to plug in something.
Yeah, I can call them and ask that, because I'm sure that it's not the first time I'm going to get that question. And then of course Graham is a poet, and at some point we'll have him do something with poetry.
Nice.
And so so that's it. I'm going to stop sharing now.
And this is this the third one? The third event?
Graham is saying that we might need to secure an RV slot. I can I think, let me pull up Columbus. Let me go to Columbus Park here.
Oh.
Columbia. All right.
So typically a campground, like with a group campground that's walk-in for tents, has like a parking area, and then you through the group facilities like the bathrooms or kitchen kind of places, they would have outlets, because they definitely have electricity on site for the RVs.
Yeah, they do, because they have RV camping. I'm gonna go. Let's see. Park. Yeah, the RV sites, it looks like, are only on a monthly basis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. The RV sites are like more for more long-term. For more long term, it looks like. Yeah.
So it's just a question of how many outlets they've.
Oh no, there are here we go. RV sites. Okay, they do have RV sites that are available for nightly rental.
Okay.
The RV sites are actually less expensive. So Graham, if you know anybody that wants to get an RV site, let me know and I will arrange to have it reserved. Yeah, it's 43. Slack just found it.
Oh.
$43 plus tax. So it's actually cheaper than the group campsite was.
Well, that's
hello, Jeremy.
Hello.
Hello, Jeremy.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, yeah, great. Well, it looked like my mic wasn't working very well, and I was like, good, now I can actually yell the way I want to. and that it'll just sound okay instead of me being overwhelming everybody. But anyway, so I haven't been listening to anything today. I just like this club, so I thought I would hop on and say hello. I had a new godson that got baptized this morning.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's where I've been this morning. And I had some fun conversations yesterday with people who reached out after yesterday's stream. That was nice.
Yeah.
And so that's all I got. But so tell me what you guys were talking about so that I can ask interesting questions.
Okay, well, we kind of started off with like Luke and I like trying to sort through all the various layers of complexity in the questions surrounding like how the church should relate toward same-sex relationships. And we were trying to talk about it in a way. I like to talk about it in a way that like avoids talking about same-sex marriage. Because although I am conservative in that, I think that the idea of same-sex marriage is like just a complete category error, and not something that even like is coherent as conceptually. I don't think that necessarily follows from that all homosexual relationships are inherently disordered and sinful, and that we still need to address that because it's not as obviously resolved as the conservative camp tends to think it is. But the affirming camp also wants to take things in a direction that I don't even think suits the. Like, for example, one of the questions I asked not too long ago on the stream was like, who does like the really performative rainbow-colored liturgies that you see in these progressive woke churches? Who does that serve? Do you think gay Christians actually want that? Because I don't think they do, and I don't think that's who that's serving. So the whole, like, I just think the whole thing has like a lot more layers to it than the lines that it usually gets discussed. And we was trying to have a conversation that, and I think we were like, I mean, I wouldn't say it was an absolute home run. Don't think we hit it out of the park or anything, but I think we had a good discussion around it. And then there were a whole bunch of other issues that came up because anytime you're talking something that has that many layers of complexity, other associated things. So we ended up talking about divorce and sexual morality in general and all of these kinds of other things that were related.
Yeah. Well, on the notes, what kind of comes to mind is like this idea of, there's this idea of like kind of a gradient of things where you go, like the example I was thinking of is like, we're called to love our enemies, but if you can't love your enemy, at least try not to hate your enemy. And if you can't not hate your enemy, then at least try to pray for your enemy. And if you can't pray for your enemy, then at least try to think good thoughts about your enemy. It's like this kind of layered approach because the either or thing is really a problem. It's like the either or thing, I agree, just kind of collapses complex issues into something that's overly simplified to the point of being not helpful.
Yeah, the conversation that Paul had with my friend Dr. Chris Green, who's also going to be one of the speakers at the conference in Olympia. He's putting it out on the general channel on Monday, but it's already been out on his No Wait No Ads. One of the things that they talked about really well in that conversation was about complexity, because Dr. Green was talking about how oftentimes he's someone who gets praised for his ability to take complex ideas and render them simply, but he was actually critiquing that as like not a good thing and something that he doesn't want to get praised for, because that's what we do, that we honor that too much. And what we need to learn to do is to actually like live within the complexity and to see the complexity and to not always try and reduce it.
Yeah, spend 20 years trying to understand it, not 5 minutes with a soundbite.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and a longer view. This gets into the whole. Man, this CRC stuff has been really fun to see, like the questions that
it's not fun for them, man.
No, it's not. It's terrible.
I don't have a stake in it.
I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. I mean it in a
I know.
voyeuristic kind of, not much skin
Yeah.
in the game kind of person, unfortunately. But I just meant like it's really spawned a lot of interesting discussions in this little corner and in my own personal reflections as far as this stuff is, because it brings in the whole question of salvation and church discipline and community and what it means to love someone, and like it's a whole ball of interconnected concepts that is really difficult to unravel, and you do have like personal responsibility versus the environment or versus your proclivities, and my initial simplistic take is like to think about also how we all have passions. Like passions are inverted virtues, right? And we all have these passions, and that we're all called to call on Christ to heal our passions. Like, we're always trying to be working to heal our passions and then call on Christ to heal our passions and to turn away from sin. And for me, there is also an aspect of like, this is a passion, no different than gluttony or pride or vainglory. And you're called to overcome your passions and to crucify them out of love for Christ, and to call for them to be healed. But on the other hand, it's also a very complex situation, and it takes time to heal your passions, right? Like I've been working on gluttony for years now, and I'm still gluttonous. And I don't know if I'll ever be healed of that.
Right. Well, actually, yeah, Jeremy, one of the things we were talking about earlier in the stream when we were trying to sort these out is like, and everyone agreed on this point too, is that like the truth of the matter is that all of our sexual behavior always has our sexual behavior and our sexual activity always has the chance to be disordered, even if it's within the accepted bounds. Even like it is possible for our sexual behavior to be wrong and disordered even as a married heterosexual couple.
Yeah.
That's why there's sexual fasting.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So it's like, so that's just another layer of complexity that I think kind of like gets kind of overlooked, right? Because it's like the way the debate gets cast, it's like, that's often missing from the discussion.
Yeah, that's kind of where
love is love.
Right.
Can maybe be like the love is love might be like Trojan horse isn't the totally right metaphor, but it may be like I want to fornicate.
Right.
So then like, oh, that's got to be fine, and I'm like way below that. So now my argument.
That's right. Yeah, because that's what I said earlier
up here, but I'm like fornicating. It's like, I just heard recently there's two ways for a partnership, intimacy, sexual relation. One is marriage and one is abstinence. If that's the case, that's a much bigger discussion than whether or not two guys or two ladies should be allowed to get married or whatever. It's like like way deeper and below that is like,
because that when we start discussing it that way, it causes all of us to look at what our sexual behavior is doing in our lives. And then all of a sudden it's like, you people are bad and wrong because your sexual behavior is completely disordered. It's like, if that's not the way I'm casting it, but it's like, oh, mine is too sometimes. Even though I'm doing it within the boundaries that are accepted both by the culture and the church, sometimes my orientation is not correct.
Yes.
Well, then that changes the conversation entirely.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. It's a self-reflection rather than trying to set rules for other people. Right.
Yeah.
And letting like the idea of that we all have, like, there's universal passions and that we all struggle against the same passions just in different degrees has actually brought me a lot of comfort in my spiritual life, right? And it's because for two reasons. One, I don't feel alone, and I don't feel like I'm the only unworthy person in the world. I know I'm the most unworthy person in the world, but I'm not the only one, right? And then the second one is that it also, just like you said, it turns your attention away from looking at everyone else's, how they're crossing the line and messing up and how they're falling out of order. And instead you turn back to yourself and go, yes, they are falling out of order, but my sins are just not as obvious as theirs, or mine are just not as visible as theirs, but mine go much deeper. And I'm aware of mine. They might not even be aware of theirs, right? It's like it's just a different way it's a different frame of looking at the whole situation.
Yeah, I just want to endorse what Oscar is saying here about Rowan Williams' essay, "The Body's Grace." It really is one of the better treatments of the issues.
Check that out.
Yeah, it really is. And also, I think I just like.
When I was on the call briefly, whenever, like an hour and a half ago or whatever, the comment I wanted to make, I just wasn't able to do it, was because it was about the same-sex marriage CRC thing, and what's been occurring to me is I think people need to try to steel man the other side's argument, and I think we can't do that because I don't think we can even say our own argument. So maybe like this, whatever that book that Oscar was recommending, or whatever his name was recommending, might
it's
have
actually
some answers,
just an
but
essay.
it's like
it's an essay.
Why shouldn't I have sex before I'm married? Why shouldn't a man and a man have sexual relations? Or like, why should they? And it's like a lot of things. I think we've been taking some wisdom and truth for granted for centuries, and so we're unable to articulate it in the same way like a cradle Christian may not be able to confess their faith articulately, whereas a convert is like, they know it very well. I mean, St. Paul is an example of that. Because like if you have to intellectually unlearn stuff, you can learn quite a bit through that process. And so it's like, I think people have just grown up in the culture, and they'll hear like this dumbing down of like, well, love means love, or like all love is valid, or this. But it's like, well, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Does it actually, can you explain it? Why is this okay? Why is it not okay? And if the answer is, well, I don't see the harm, well, that's totally not good enough. I mean, I didn't see the harm in drinking. The state of Arizona saw the harm in my drinking before I did. And so, and I'm not trying to say like, if you're gay, you're harming everyone and harming yourself. Do I even know that that's true? I don't know that that's true. Actually, I wanted to say also, Nate, that your point about marriage seems explicitly explained in the Bible, but like other kinds of relations, yeah, maybe it's not really explained, and maybe we need to sort that stuff out, But anyway, the point is that my main point was, it seems like people are arguing for their side. I don't think they even understand their side really.
No,
because they can't explain it well, and they certainly have no idea what their enemy's argument is at all. They because they can't steel man it. They can't explain.
Well, we're trying to talk at the level of logic and reason about a whole level of behavior that is not at all governed by logic or reason, right?
Good point. Yeah,
definitely. We're talking about things that, if we want to be, that's the thing. It's like, okay, when we say properly oriented, when we're talking about sexual behavior, I think what we're saying is we want them to be oriented by the heart rather than just by lust, right? So yes. any sexual behavior that is viewing another person as merely an object for my gratification is disordered. I don't care if you're married and that's the way you're viewing your sex life. It's disordered and immoral.
And when I was doing that, I had no idea that that's what I was doing.
No, right, exactly.
I thought
exactly
I was
right.
Finally maturing and loving a person. I was totally blind to how much I objectified the other person, how self-centered I was. I had no idea. And even people around me would be like, oh yeah, you've really, you've grown up or whatever. I had no idea. So that's why I'm cautious, looking at people doing things that seems to be against the wisdom of the ages. When they justify themselves, it's like, well, I know I've justified myself and I've been totally wrong. So it's like I need more than just like a plea to my emotion to convince me. That's where I come from. so I guess I'm a traditionalist or conservative in that way.
This is Oscar chiming in again.
Okay.
And that Milbank supported homosexual partnership but defends marriage as a sacrament. He also claimed that until very recently, personal sexuality was usually a problem between a person and the priest. This is all Milbank's position is my position. I think Milbank is right about this. I think that marriage is sacramental, and the idea of homosexual marriage is just like you haven't understood what a marriage is if you're saying that. But again, that doesn't mean that homosexual friendships, which may or may not have a sexual component, can somehow be a blessing to the people who are involved in those relationships. To me, that's not completely off the table. And again, leaving it as a personal matter between the person and their confessor is the right place to have it. Because
like any sin.
That is
like
the
all
only
sin.
Because of the very complexity that we're talking about around these.
You just solved the problem, Nate. I mean, I'm convinced. That's not facetious. That's not facetious. Or maybe Oscar's Milbank guy. But
John
that's
Milbank,
the answer. It's like, so the statement is, so put the funny hat on me now, right? But the statement is, marriage is defined. We already know what marriage is, so we're not going to twist it into something else. And what you do in your bedroom is between you and your priest. Like the lies that you tell are between you and your priest. So it's like your sin. It's not the your fellowship in the church doesn't have authority over your sin. And so some churches think that it does, and I abandon a church like that.
Well, even for something as rigidly structured and hierarchical as the Catholic Church, ultimately conscience is higher.
Yes.
Pick and choose. In my opinion, combat sports do a better job of dehumanizing someone to a mere body for pleasure of others than most illicit sex does. That is a very interesting point. I got to think about that.
It's still consensual.
Yeah, it's consensual.
How
and I'm trying to think about what I'm trying to put myself is like put myself in the mind frame of like what I've been thinking when I have been engaged in boxing matches, because I have done some boxing. And I would say definitely I don't think like during the fight my opponent is not a human. My opponent is a human before the fight and after the fight, but is not a human during the fight. Because the nature of it is that I'm not like, I would just say that's it. So yeah, I would say it's definitely like very effectively dehumanizing. I think you have to stop.
Baseball?
In order to punch somebody in the face, you have to dehumanize them.
How about if you're just trying to catch the ball and tag them out before they hit first base?
Right. Yeah.
It's a leg. You're just trying to hit that leg.
Yeah.
Or the arm. So,
there's another aspect to this too that I don't often hear discussed. And there's a strong emphasis in Orthodoxy on how, like the work of Christ, like they really emphasize how sin is to be seen as a sickness and treated as a disease that's healed by Christ and by the sacraments of the church. And when you look at things like that as a disease, some diseases are chronic and they're genetic, so to speak, right? And so like I struggle with gluttony constantly, and it's something I'm always trying to work with and work against, but it's not that I have to completely overcome gluttony or I'm not going to heaven. It's that I need to continue to struggle against gluttony. And the struggle is the holiness. Holiness is the struggle. Holiness is not conquering my passions, right? Holiness is the struggle against my passions. And just like you were saying, my struggle is pretty obvious because physically you look at me, you can see that I like to cook good food and eat good food. But this struggle also it's also private, and it could be the gift from God that I am not healed of this passion to keep me humble, to remind me that I am weak. And you can't judge that someone is struggling with something because of their own weakness. It could be their salvation that they are struggling against this for their whole life. That's the other layer of complexity that I don't hear.
Well, and there also may be something. There may be a reason why. Like, I can't help but project into this a little bit. Everybody knows Nate loves food, but there may be another purpose to that God has in mind.
Oh, right.
That you're not seeing when you're caught up in that struggle against it. And for me, it's pretty obvious to me that the reason that I have the interest and have developed the skill and the passion that I have is because I have a great gift for hospitality, and there's a way in which I can actually use that for the kingdom.
Yes, and at the same time struggle against it spiritually.
Yeah, exactly right.
Like God can do both with your weakness, right?
Yeah.
That's what's beautiful about it, but it's also what makes it extremely complex.
And because God has a great sense of humor, I think that our greatest strength and our greatest weaknesses are often tied together.
Yes.
I
would agree with that. Well, and often our strengths or our healing has been hidden from us out of mercy so that we don't become prideful, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of those things that we think are a weakness are actually being used by God in a way we can't see.
Yeah, for me, it's like I have a convivial spirit, but it can also very clearly go from convivial to Dionysian, right?
It depends on if you're during a fast season or during a feast season, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think our sins are not just
during the fast season. That's where it's disordered, right?
Yeah.
I think that our sins are not just a lesson to ourselves; they're also a lesson to everybody around us too. And so that's a concept brought to me through a recovery fellowship. It's like, no matter how far down the scale I've gone, my past will be useful to my fellows. And what they're talking about there is like the fact that I used to be like this new guy who's trying to heal. And I am healed today. I'm a testament that it's possible. And so sometimes where I'm making my mistakes or where I'm doing the right thing, I'm like the saints, they're showing us here's the right way to live. You could also be, bedeviled, and you are an example. It's a warning, the wages of sin are death. And it's like, so look at me. It's true. I'm sinning, and look at what's happening to me. And or look at how I'm going wrong. So the thing is, if we can't be honest with ourselves about the real causes and effects, and there was a discussion yesterday about cause and effect, so maybe there is no such thing. But anyway, if we're not honest with ourselves about what's actually happening in our lives, like looking at the whole picture, not just the bright side or the negative side, I think we end up being able to construct these huge arguments against each other. And I'm defending my passions and arguing against you who are condemning my passions, and vice versa. Where if we spend more time being honest, and I think confession is a great way to do that. And it's like, no, I'm a sinner, and you probably are too. But I'll talk to my priest about my sins.
Right.
But again, who wants to do that? Obviously, nobody. They're all.
That's
what
right.
I see constantly is everybody's trying to get the world to improve.
So right, exactly right. So that's again, it comes to that thing, that idea that Chris and Dr. Green and Paul were hitting on just living with the complexity. We don't want to do that.
Right.
Because living with the complexity inherently means confronting our own sin.
Yeah.
Because it's part of the picture. It's like,
Oh,
it's the easy, lazy, comfortable thing to do, to reduce everything into the simplest terms possible. And, it makes us, it makes us feel more psychological comfort.
In control.
Yeah.
Is one way I put it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, and I realize now, like in the last few years, how I've listened to people explicitly talk about it on YouTube now, that my intelligence was like a virtue that I turned into a vice by constructing these models of the world, or explanations, or rationalizations and delusions. So I convinced myself there was no need to repent. And I mentioned yesterday, I think it was, how I found communities of people who were like on my side and supporting me and all that, and so that, like, I can look at like a start date where I could have gone on the right track 24 years ago. So I wasted like 20 years of, being faced with the great reality and being like, that's all good. I'll take what I want. I'll leave the rest. And now I'm going to follow my passions. And I have earned the wages of that. And now I'm trying to admit this, unpack that, realize what's going on, and repent, essentially. And so I feel like I'm speaking as someone who knows. When I see it, I know it. I understand it, because that's me. And, again, I can also accept if it can be shown to me. Maybe I'm projecting everything, but what I feel like I see is like, that's what I've been doing. Mm-hmm. And God, I wish I could explain it to people. I mean, but the thing is, I was totally deaf to it for 50 something years, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't think, like, people, like, all you can ever do is try to point people in the right direction.
Yeah, hope some bug-eating, homeless guy is going to show up and like set us straight. Like, we need a real prophet, but it's definitely not me.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not interesting enough to pay attention to like that. I'm not quotable enough, and I'm definitely not charismatic enough. So, and again, I can barely do it myself. I can barely want to do it myself. So,
Right.
Right.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Well, I definitely am going to have to go now, because I have to go to the grocery store. And I got my kids coming over today. So, all right.
Thanks for
talk to y'all later.
And
I could actually, if you guys want to keep talking, I can leave the stream going.
No, it's okay. I've got to run too, so that works out.
All right, cool. I'll just end the stream then. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.